Good evening. Welcome to the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee meeting this evening. Before we begin tonight's meeting, let us take a moment of silence to recognize that February is Black History Month. Black History Month is celebrated every year from February 1st to March 1st to honor the legacy and achievements of Black Canadians who throughout history have accomplished so much to make our country the prosperous and compassionate nation as it is today. This year, Canada's theme for Black History Month is February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day, which focuses on recognizing the important roles and daily contributions Black Canadians have played in shaping a more diverse, inclusive Canada. I encourage everyone to take the time to learn more about Black history and how Black Canadians continue to help shape the story of our nation. Okay. Ask Councillor Hallman to read the Territorial Acknowledgement, please.
Good evening, everybody. We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the settlers arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should only take what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none. Adoption of the agenda. Would the clerk read the recommendation, please?
That the agenda for the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee meeting as presented for February 7th, 2022 be adopted.
A mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Fenning, second by Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. The minutes from the previous meeting. The clerk have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
That the minutes of the following meeting be adopted as presented. Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee meeting, January 24th, 2022.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hallman, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. There are no presentations. First item up. From Corporate Services, and that is Capital Program. Mr. Kelly, can you highlight your report, please, sir?
Sure can. Thank you, Chair Armstrong. Welcome everyone to our third meeting of the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee for Wilmot Budget 2022. The first report this evening outlines our proposed 2022 capital program. The capital program follows the council approved strategic asset management policy and 10-year capital forecasts guiding departmental priorities for the current year budget. Staff from all departments review and prioritize capital initiatives to ensure alignment with our strategic goals while maintaining an adequate degree of fiscal responsibility. Some projects were added to the 2022 program due to legislative requirements, funding or partnership opportunities, and or new desired levels of service, while others were staged into future years of the capital forecast. As the report indicates, staff intend to undertake a number of studies to ensure the appropriate justification is in place prior to moving forward with several critical projects. The 2022 program also dedicates resources to one of our key strategic priorities in improving overall communication and customer service. CAO Chambers will provide further detail on these key initiatives as we review each of this year's capital justification sheets. The township continues to make investments in health and safety related items and has maintained our focus on investing in core underground infrastructure to support future growth projections. As noted, 2022 will require a level of debt financing to move forward on the various capital initiatives. Specifically, debt financing will be required to support the engineering and design of Wilmot's third ice pad, as well as the replacement of a culvert on Tie Road. The total debt requirement in 2022 is estimated at $800,000, while the entire capital program, including 69 projects, is valued at just over $14 million, with funding derived from multiple sources. The capital levy for 2022 is approximately $1.4 million. This is a slight reduction from 2021 due to the transfer of a number of programs to the operating budget. Staff will be working with a third-party consultant to develop a debt management and reserve fund strategy, which will be implemented ahead of the 2023 municipal budget and updated 10-year capital forecast. And then at this point, I'd just like to thank all departments present here and their support staff for bringing together what I feel is a progressive and responsible capital budget that reflects Wilmot's core strategic goals. Along with my peers, I'd be happy to respond to any questions of the committee as we work our way through each of the projects in sequence. Thank you.
Ms. Middleholt, if you read the recommendation, please.
Thank you. That the 2022 capital budget, as prepared by the Director of Corporate Services / Treasurer, be endorsed in principle.
Mover and a seconder. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Gerber. And Ms. Chambers, if you would like to handle the first item, the request form.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I won't go into a lot of detail, but this being my first budget with the Township, I really wanted to take an opportunity to highlight some key corporate-wide initiatives that I've put forward for Council's consideration in this budget. The first is for a comprehensive communications strategy. And one of my top priorities coming into Wilmot is, as the new CAO, is to ensure that we have effective communications. As a new leader, effective internal communication is necessary for me to build trust with my team and to ensure that staff at all levels of the organization are engaged, they're informed, they feel valued, and they are aligned with our strategic goals. External communications is necessary to ensure the public receives important information about our programs and services. And it's really important to keep the public informed about the many projects and initiatives that are underway in our growing township. We're doing a lot of good work here, and we really need to tell the story to our community. I've taken some immediate actions to improve both internal and external communications. I have moved corporate communications from under the Information and Legislative Services Department to the Office of the CAO and created an interim communications team. And this allows for better alignment on communication related functions, and it provides for an increased level of focus on our main communication platforms. We've packaged website administration, social media, digital content, and digital signage into one position. That's really that day-to-day dissemination of information and getting the information out in a timely manner. The position is called Digital Media Coordinator and Website Administrator, and we are currently in the process of hiring that position. Red Brick will continue to address the more complex and strategic communications. However, this project would extend the existing contract with Red Brick to assist in the development of a comprehensive communications strategy. It's really important to note that communication must be two-way. It's not just all one-way disseminating information out to the public, but we need to engage our staff and the public on everything that we do. And that includes marginalized people in our community, in keeping with our commitment made through the First Peoples Group report. So that highlights the first project that I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions from council. Okay, hearing none, I will move forward with the next one.
Hang on.
Oh, we have one. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Gordick has.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick overview. Do you have a timeline, Ms. Chambers, with regards to the potential hiring and how the amount of time that Red Brick will still be with us? I just as a guess, like for timing.
Well, we are in the process. We're interviewing right now, and I expect we will finalize the interviews this week and potentially have a hiring decision either by the end of the week or next week. So, you know, it may take a month or so to get a person into the role. In the meantime, I anticipate we would continue to use Red Brick for those higher level, more strategic communications, because they certainly have the expertise to be able to provide that service to us. And it is our hope that through the communication strategy, we would have a better idea of how we could resource that long term.
Okay, thank you. And no further, so on to your next project.
Okay. The next is for an organizational structure review and a people plan. I've been here in Wilmot for almost 4 months now. It's gone by in a blink. And coming in as a new CAO, it's a really great opportunity to look at things with a fresh set of eyes and to see how the team is functioning and how we're performing as an organization. And during this time, I've had a chance to engage with the corporate leadership team to understand the challenges that they and their teams are experiencing as we prepare for impending growth. And we're really seeing this pressure from growth on the organization now. And you can see that through the 2022 budget, where staff put forward 10 level of service requests for new staff positions. And that is really significant for a township of our size. I have no doubt that every one of those positions is needed. And in fact, we likely need more. Looking at our staff resources, though, on a one-off basis each year through the annual budget really doesn't provide an opportunity to comprehensively understand our future needs and find efficiencies to right-size our organization. And the goal of the organizational structure review will be to evaluate the effectiveness of the current structure, identify potential gaps in skills or service delivery that may exist to ensure that we're resourcing them in the future if necessary. And so taking a deeper look at our organization and proactively creating a people plan with a view on how our community is evolving as we grow will ensure that we're well positioned to deliver on council's strategic goals and to continue to deliver effective and efficient and appropriate services to the businesses and citizens of Wilmot. I'd be happy to take questions on that if there are any.
Any questions? We have a couple. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. It's more of a comment than a question. I absolutely agree with you that, you know, we probably do need more than the level of service requests that we are seeing. But I'm very happy to support the structural review, because as we add people, we certainly need to ensure that we're adding them in the right place, and happy to see that.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. Ms. Chambers, really happy to see this. I think this is exactly the path that we need to go down, just to make sure that we are building the community in the direction that it needs to go with the staff in place to do so. So really happy to see this. The one thing I wanted to ask for clarification was that, will this consultant be able to review or add into this the structure of council? I know that as Baden continues to grow and that sort of thing, is that something that could be considered in this process as well?
That isn't something that we would typically see as part of an organizational review process, but if council is desirous of having staff investigate that, they could direct us to do so. I see the clerk is on, and there would be some timelines associated, and probably would not be feasible during this election cycle, but would have to be something that would be considered for a future term. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Middleholtz if she has any comments on that.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. So certainly what we would call a ward boundary review does happen quite frequently throughout the province as we are heading into an election year. However, at this point, no, there is not time, sufficient time to undertake that. However, as Ms. Chambers said, if there is a desire from council for staff to undertake that within the next term, that is something that would be able to be added to the work planning cycle for the Informational Legislative Services team.
Thank you. You have a follow-up, Councillor Hallman?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, to be clear, that yes, I absolutely understand that that is not a reasonable request right now. But yes, for planning forward, that would be great if staff could add that to the plans, just to as the community continues to grow, and see if there is a need to evaluate that as well, to have the community run effectively.
Councillor Gordick.
Since we're on the topic, through you, Mayor Armstrong, Ms. Middleholtz, just for clarification, I agree with Councillor Hallman that for the work plan, but just for timeline, could you explain a little bit about the process? And I know it's a little bit off topic with regards to the budget, but just so quickly, could you explain the timeline? Like, when should we be asking? How long does that kind of review take in order for it to be, if it's appropriate, to add a second or third councillor to our township in order for the next election cycle? So if you could just, so that it doesn't get missed off the work plan as to when that would be something that's appropriate to be done.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. So what I propose, actually, if council doesn't mind, because I do not want to inadvertently provide the wrong dates, I would rather come back to council with one of our future election reports. There are a couple that will be coming up in the next few months relative to election topics. Specifically, the deputy clerk and myself, we can outline those dates for council for you to consider. And then if there is any direction to be given at that point, we're more than happy to do so. It would, and as well, we can provide some additional information, perhaps concerning budget, and because it also involves the hiring of consultants.
Thank you. No further comments. Ms. Chambers, number 3.
Okay. The third project is the Prime Minister's Path consultation, and we've included a project in the capital budget to move forward with the remaining recommendations in the First Peoples Group report. Phase 2 of that public consultation represents the substantive action that was referenced within the report to create a citizen-led working group. It's been extremely busy since I've come on board in Wilmot, and really have been focusing on getting through our first budget. However, I will be bringing a report forward to council in March to outline recommended next steps and timelines. But in the meantime, we have applied to the Department of Canadian Heritage under the Community Support Multiculturalism and Anti-Racism Initiatives Program. And we're continuing to have dialogue with our MP, Tim Lewis, trying to secure funds to allow us to move forward with this next phase.
Questions? Seeing none. So we will go through these each.
I think Councillor Fenning
Yes,
has one.
Councillor Fanning, go ahead.
Just one quick, wondering, Sharon, if you had an idea of when we might find out if we got the funding.
I think Patrick can answer that through you, Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Armstrong, we continue to, as Sharon mentioned, have dialogue with MP Tim Lewis's office. He obviously plays a key role within the Department of Canadian Heritage, which is helpful for Wilmot specifically here. We're optimistic to hear something back for support towards this initiative, as it does align very well with the work of the Kazmari program, as they call it. We were hopeful to hear something before the federal elections occurred last year. After that happened, it didn't fall off their radar, but things get shuffled around. We did regroup and get back to the MP's office late in 2021 to get an update on the status of it, and are expecting to hear back probably within this quarter, and are hopeful to be successful.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go through each of the following requests. From corporate services, the debt management reserve fund strategy. Okay. Councillor Gordick?
Was there going to be a conversation first through you, Mayor, or can I just ask a question? Sorry, I didn't want to jump the gun. It's just nobody spoke.
The first three, Ms. Chambers wanted to introduce and partially.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor Armstrong. Mr. Kelly, I'm assuming because it's under corporate services, so I'm going to go through you. And if not, then the appropriate person. Just because of the conversations that obviously have been had in the last couple of weeks with regards to the MZO, one of the things that came up through the conversations was development charges. And it mentions in there that there's an expected 52.5 million over the next little bit. Just so, again, because of the conversations that the community had, could you just give a brief overview of how you come up with that amount? I know it's all conjecture based on who comes to the table with their subdivision plans and et cetera, but just some of those questions that the residents were asking over the last little bit, how we come up with those figures. Thank you.
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you, Councillor Gordick, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So as part of the development charges study that we undertake every 5 years, we project in looking at the regional official plan and our township's official plan what the growth is going to be within the municipality over the next 10-year time frame. We also look at growth-related capital expenditures that we will incur over that same time frame. Then calculations are done with the assistance of a third-party consultant to determine what the rates are required to be from a development charges standpoint that are applied to residential development, commercial and industrial development. The key piece, and you've heard this several times, and I don't mind saying it again to the community, is that the development charges regime and the way it works ensures that growth pays for growth, that the growth-related infrastructure that we're required to put in place for new development, for new commercial, industrial, or residential or subdivisions, the appropriate amount is covered off by growth-related industries or the development community. So that's how we calculate the development charges. So the 52 million piece indicates that over the next 10 years, $52 million of that total capital program that we have for 10 years is going to be funded by development charges. So when it comes to a debt strategy, the timing aspect of development charges is difficult in the fact that the municipality through the development community is responsible for getting infrastructure in place to allow for that development. So there's some significant capital outlays. I think within this current program, you'll see spending on the Baden trunk EA process. It's a significant dollar amount that we need to outlay ahead of the development actually coming in. So debt is required before we collect those development charges. Lastly, we did include within our last development charges study recognition that debt would be required throughout the 10-year period. So our rates are structured based on the requirement to also pay interest charges on any debt within the DC. So ultimately, any growth related funding and debt requirements for growth related projects are borne completely by the development community, not by the existing tax base. So I hope that clarifies it in a little more detail, but thank you for the question.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Armstrong, to Mr. Kelly again. The community has expressed over my time on council a desire for specific funds to be allocated to a variety of things, and most especially, of course, trails. So, you know, when we're looking at this, can you maybe touch on how this particular project will enable us to consider those requests from the community going forward?
Sure. So yeah, this project seeks to hire a third-party consultant to work with staff in corporate services and on the leadership team to identify an effective strategy, not only on the debt management side, but also on our reserve fund strategy side. Our current reserve fund bylaw was established in 2008, which is a long time ago in regards to financial planning. For example, asset management planning on the municipal level was not required in 2008. So a lot has changed. As far as the reserve fund strategy itself, staff would be looking to our peers that have updated their reserve fund strategies to look for successful approaches, as well as speaking with obviously council and the community with regards to specific needs long-term. Reserve funds would be required for. Our approach right now has been to work ourselves away from specific reserves for specific purposes and focusing more on reserves that are established for replacement of current infrastructure versus reserves that are established for new infrastructure that we don't currently have. How we break that down into specific asset types is yet to be determined, but that's what this strategy will overview, and we'll look forward to inputs from council at that time.
Councillor Fanning.
Sorry, just a follow-up that occurred to me. Because one of the things that the community has expressed is a desire to engage in fundraising activities for trails, for trail construction, for trail maintenance, whatever, any kind of infrastructure to do with trails. And I mean, obviously not to presuppose the outcome of this project, but would you envision the potential for a creation of such a reserve fund to enable us to have community events that did generate donations to feed a reserve like that?
Sure. Thanks for the question. Just to clarify, those types of initiatives, fundraising initiatives, would flow within to our trust funds and our trust fund policy, not reserve funds. Reserve funds are receive funding either through the levy or through grant programs that we put funds into reserves. If we're taking donations towards specific initiatives, we'll establish a trust fund, a temporary trust fund, or a long-term trust fund for those types of donations. For example, we do currently have a trust fund in place that does have funds within it towards trails donations that have been made over the years. So I would see we have the mechanism in place to accept donations towards future trail development or trail maintenance. And obviously, would have the ability, since it's contributions towards those projects, to issue tax receipts to donors.
Okay, Councillor Gerber.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Director Kelly. Yeah, just looking at that, the debt management strategy and the future levy funded debentures, et cetera. I'm just wondering, do we foresee or do we know coming down the pipe? Like, I know a lot of the initial sort of the 2022 debt and a bulk of the future debt is connected to the third ice pad. Do we know? I know with the previous structure, we were quite fortunate in our timing as far as provincial funding, federal funding, the position the community was in to fundraise, and being able to sort of build that entire facility and to pool debt free. Obviously not a position we're in now, but do we anticipate federal funding or provincial funding in that area, or does it seem to be geared in other directions these days? What's your sense of things?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Gerber. Through Mayor Armstrong. I guess foreseeing grant programs or senior government funding programs geared towards sport and recreation, there was a significant allocation through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program that did come out 2 years ago, just at the start of COVID, in which we were unsuccessful, in our application. Historically, or at least in my time here, it's rare to have grant funding programs for sport and recreation type infrastructure. I would say the existing government is definitely focused a lot on core infrastructure assets, underground infrastructure, roads and bridges. Having said that, the township does put a pretty high priority on seeking out external funding opportunities. I think that's a lot of the reason for our success in avoiding the need to take on debt over recent years. We do also, as part of the operating budget to come forward next week, Council did endorse an additional level of service for a grant administrator role, so a specific role within the organization that'll be seeking out those opportunities. We'll look, you can be sure, and Council can be sure that staff will be looking at any opportunity to reduce the tax funded or debt funded amount of that third ice pad. But this is just a conservative viewpoint of where we would be in the absence of any outside funding sources.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. On to the next item, which is the IT master plan. Any questions? Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Again, Mr. Kelly, so this is a add-on module, is that correct? And then if so, would there be just, I'm assuming it obviously would go into the operating, would there be then obviously an annual renewal for this particular project going forward?
So I think through you, Mayor Armstrong, I think Councillor Gordick may be referring to the building permits mobile permit module. If you'd like me to speak to that, I can, or we could get through the IT master plan one first. I'll leave that to you, Chair Armstrong.
My apologies, Mr. Kelly, I jumped ahead. Sorry,
That's okay.
My mouse moved down too quickly.
So you can jump ahead a bunch more pages if you'd like. That's fine.
Oh, your mouse needs more training. Anyway, no further questions on the IT master plan? We're all into it. Good. Next item is annual hardware software. Any comments, questions on that? Seeing none. Next item is from Development Services, e-permit software. Questions?
Okay, so this is the sheet that Councillor Gordick was referring to. I may ask if Mr. Okrafka wants to comment. I can jump in with the first question, that this is an additional module to allow us to move forward along this progress of of processing permits through electronic platforms, an additional platform that goes with our existing e-permits module. To your question about fees, yes, there would be an annual maintenance fee that's included with this product as part of our IT operating budget. We currently pay annual maintenance fees on all software platforms. This would be included within that budget beginning in 2023. But Mr. O'Craft, I don't know if you want to outline what the module does.
Through you, Chair Armstrong. The intent of this module is to allow, hopefully, if it works the way that they're promising it, people to book their inspections online. Currently, we have a very nice Excel spreadsheet that staff have created and used for a number of years very effectively, but what we're finding is that the public really wants us to maximize the ability for them to use the cloud and the internet to book their inspections rather than our current system of leaving a message on a voicemail and then it gets entered into an Excel spreadsheet and then staff reply to the person booking the inspection to confirm. It should streamline a bit of that process by providing instantaneous ability, hopefully, for the public to see when inspections are available and to book their inspections and receive confirmation directly. So that's a very short version of what our hope is for this software.
Very good, thank you. So amazing things go into the cloud and become less cloudy. That's an amazing thing. So the next item is the corporate security program. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Mr. Kelly and Ms. Jackson, I'm not sure which one will answer. Without getting into too much detail, because I know that there's some things with regards to security that we can't divulge too much, but could you just maybe perhaps give a periphery of what you mean by security at New Dundee Community Centre? If there's something that you can sort of, without giving away the substance of sometimes what happens with security issues.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, so the IT services team have been looking at corporate security at all of our facilities. The funds that we put in the program is to make those upgrades and enhancements where necessary. As far as the New Dundee Community Centre, it has to deal with updating the locking mechanisms at that facility. And I'd probably not want to get into too much further detail, as you've noted. I don't know if Ms. Jackson wants to add anything else.
Through the mayor, yeah, we're actually looking specifically at that location to eliminate the need for keys. That's one of the security features that we're working on, and it'll be a pilot project where we will issue a key code, and it'll be a pin pad instead of having folks having to drive to the Wilmot Rec Complex to pick up a key. So that'll be, I see Councillor Holman clapping. So we specifically picked New Dundee because there's a lot of events there, and there have been challenges in the past with getting keys out. So if this works out in future, we will be looking at the other community centers as well. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. No further questions. Next item is the SharePoint implementation. Seeing no questions. Next item is corporate services electric vehicle. Some people seem to be getting a charge out of this. Okay, Councillor.
Thank you, through the chair. I noted that there were a number of vehicles looking to be either replaced or procured in our budget, and was interested to know how many of those might be able to be contemplated to be electric vehicles aside from this one. And I realize that some of them are absolutely not from a technical standpoint, but look forward to hearing about that.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Yes, so this year we'll start the township's shift towards electric vehicles where appropriate and possible to do so. I would say with certainty that we will be seeking electric vehicles for the corporate services vehicle, as well as possibilities for the vehicles yet to be purchased for municipal law enforcement. As you've noted, the use of EVs is increasing, however, not quite there for all municipal operations. So I would say a lot of our lighter duty vehicles, we'd obviously be looking at e-vehicles, especially now with charging stations available in more locations throughout the township. I will note that as part of our asset management program in 2022, our asset management coordinator, Leslie, will be leading the establishment of a fleet replacement strategy for the township for all of our fleet. Historically, we went with an age-based replacement model. Now we want to factor in more pieces to that as to the optimal time to replace vehicles and then the opportunity to explore electric vehicles. So we're excited with the possibilities that are ahead of us with electric fleet, but also want to recognize that for some fleet, it's not possible at this time.
Just to follow up quickly,
Yes.
if I may.
Yep.
Thank you. I know we've talked about this at the Sustainability Committee, and so I'm assuming that Ms. Nanabush is including this in her work. But one of the key things for all of us to recognize when we're looking at these, and especially from a budget perspective, is the total cost of life, total life cost of the vehicle versus the simple upfront cost. And I don't know if you or if Ms. Nanabush is on the call, but I'd be keen to hear a few more details on that.
Sure, through you, Mayor Armstrong, I can indicate that Ms. Nanabush is eagerly watching us from home on YouTube and messaging me to say this is great to have these questions. So I can tell you that total cost of ownership is a key piece within our updated fleet replacement strategy, shifting away from the initial capital outlay. One component of asset management work that was huge in 2021 was life cycle strategies and life cycle analysis for all of our infrastructure. So I can say for sure that total cost of ownership will be a key piece of our future fleet replacement strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Hallman?
Thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor Finning took a lot of the words out of my mouth. But it's never a bad thing to have more councillors say more than at once. So one of the things I wanted to ask Mr. Kelly was with one of the items in the package is like a side-by-side. Will that kind of thing be evaluated as well for green?
Through Mayor Armstrong, I would say that it's safe to say that every piece of fleet and equipment based on our updated procurement guidelines will obviously consider environmentally sensitive purchases or green fleet. There's a lot of requirements of that specific piece of equipment that I'm sure Chief Leeson could get into when we get to that sheet that may preclude it from being able to be an electric piece of equipment. But I would say that every department takes that into consideration if there's an option for it and it won't impact the ability to perform critical operations and maintain the levels of service that the community is getting, then we would consider e-fleet in those situations.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gordick?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I believe this might be actually to Ms. Chambers just because of the conversation that we're having. With regards to procurement and purchasing, would that mean that we might have to be, should we be looking at updating our bylaws with regards to procurement so that e-solutions, not the company of course, but the idea being that we move forward, is that something that we would need to, as we've committed to the 50 by 30 commitment, to have our bylaws reflect that as part of our buying strategies?
Those are discussions that we've had internally, and I will invite Director Kelly to comment on that as well. But certainly that is a consideration moving forward. We do have the position in the budget this year, which is partially addressing the sustainability coordinator and partially addressing grant funding. And it is our hope that they would develop a work plan, and part of that work plan would include how we look at sustainability from our procurement lens.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, if I can just add on to that, the procurement bylaw was updated in 2021. If you'll recall, I know Councillor Fenning will. From that meeting, it was the one where there was a bunny rabbit hopping down my steps. At that meeting where we approved it, Councillor Fenning did suggest updated language within the section regarding environmental considerations to cover off that commitment that the townships made. So I feel that the procurement bylaw adequately does that, but we will review it and update if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Next item is window replacements. Station 1 for the fire services. And I see no questions. Next item is the office and meeting room furniture for Station 1 Baden. Okay. Okay, no questions on that. Asphalt parking lot replacement. Station 1. Councillor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong, I'm not sure who this would be for. Maybe it might be Mr. Mullenhouse. I noticed in the report that it mentioned that the asphalt that they use, the reclaimed stuff didn't work as well. And being that we're trying our best to sort of move forward with some green initiatives, recycling things, stuff like that, could you speak a little bit to that, maybe perhaps to what the issues were as to why it didn't work as well as it could have, or what we would have thought it would have with regards to that asphalt replacement?
Mr. Mullenhouse.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, I believe the reclaimed asphalt that was used, the asphalt that was used was not of the best quality. I'm not sure exactly what process they used afterwards as well in terms of how they sort of rejuice it, if you will. So that was before my time in terms of the actual project. So I'm not sure of the full detail. But in terms of the follow-up, we know it didn't work as had intended. We do have other locations where we have installed reclaimed asphalt and it has worked, but a lot of it has to do with, like I said, just in terms of the process that you use to sort of reinvigorate the asphalt material.
Okay, thank you. And asphalt parking lot, New Dundee. Questions? Seeing none. Design engineering interior renovations and upgrades, station number 2, New Dundee. And seeing no questions. Site selection and conceptual design for station number 3, New Hamburg. And rescue apparatus, station 1, Baden. Councillor Fenning.
Sorry, this is going back to Station 3. I just want to, say how happy I am that this is moving forward, because as everybody knows, I've been really interested in seeing it move forward. So happy to see that go forward this year.
Thank you. And nothing on the rescue apparatus. SCBA replacement upgrades. The next item is equipment. Fire equipment, various items. Seeing none. All-terrain side by side with trailer. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you for the chair. It really just connects back to my question previously about exploring possibility for green with this one.
Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, just making a comment. Happy to see how the community's really come forward and donated quite a bit of money to this project. That's really great on their part.
That is our community. And nothing further on that. Public Works Operation Facility Needs Study. Seeing no questions. Okay. Councillor Gordick, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to, we had already had this conversation before, Mr. Mullenhouse, with regards to this particular study. So I'm just wondering, is this the place where we would ensure that when the study goes out, that any type of green initiatives, would that be something that would be, that we need to let you know, so that when this goes out, that the company that we potentially hire to do the study is aware of our intent to have green initiatives, so that it's part of acknowledged within this report.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, this was, I believe this was awarded at the last council meeting for the consultant to undertake the study. We are aware of council's comments with respect to the green aspect and sustainability aspects, and so we will be trying to incorporate those where we can in terms of the study. However, it is also, as I mentioned at that council meeting, it's more of a space needs focus, and there are some conceptual designs that we can consider, some potential, like I said, sustainability initiatives and stuff like that, but it won't be sort of the focal point of the study itself. It really is about what space we need and then sort of designing that space to accommodate. But again, we are aware of council's comments, and we will be trying to incorporate those wherever we can.
So just a quick follow-up through you, Mayor Armstrong. My question is more along the lines, as Mr. Kelly has mentioned, we're trying to, as we can, move forward with our fleets and changing the thing. I'm just thinking a bit more of the proactive responsibility if we were looking at the needs to incorporate perhaps EV charging stations as part of that, as the fleets can be moved over. Just wondering if cost effective, if it's easier to do it now as opposed to later, if we're having to rebuild that particular piece of land, if we're staying there, obviously, because that's part of the study, I believe, right? Is that we might not even be able to use the land we're on at the moment.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, certainly with respect to some of our lighter vehicles, it may be something we can consider. However, a number of our fleet, if you will, are very much heavy equipment and construction type equipment. So it isn't something that necessarily is practical in terms of electrical. But again, there are some other aspects of our fleet, some smaller size vehicles that it could potentially be incorporated in the future. But with respect to the space needs study, I would say that's not a critical piece in terms of the process. It's something, like I said, we can integrate within the study, and for those particular aspects, we can integrate that with the study. But again, space needs focus being, where are we going to put these vehicles and what type of building do we need? What type of structures and what types of space for staff and stuff like that we would be looking to have at the yard. And that will really be what the focus of that study will be. But again, we will be looking to incorporate anything in the conceptual design that the consultant will be delivering, where there's, opportunities to include sustainability initiatives and green fleet and that type of thing that we could use at the yard. We certainly will be looking to do that through the course of that conceptual design and the final process for that RFP.
Councillor Fenning?
Sorry, trouble driving my mouse now to get to the unmute. Just listening to that, it occurred to me, this is the space needs. Couple things. I know that currently heavy equipment is just, it doesn't exist hardly as electric. And certainly the power requirements just make it prohibitive. But I do know that there are some moves towards that. For example, there are tractors, farm tractors that are beginning to be designed as EVs, at large tractors, we're getting beyond the sort of homeowner size at this point. And there are some larger pickup trucks and even tractor trailers that are being designed. So 10 years, 15 years down the road, we might actually be considering these things. Would this study be envisioning preparing us for changes in capacity within the next 10 years or 15 years? Or are we looking at a shorter time window when we're thinking about the results of this particular study?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, the general time frame of growth. I mean, we want to look past almost 10 years. We certainly do want to look into the future for as far out as we can see. And some of our growth, obviously, projections with their official plan. And we talk about windows of 2031 and 2051 and that type of time frame. So we definitely want to mimic some of those time frames and sort of envision where we might be in the future. It can be more difficult though at this stage. I mean, it's hard for us to really plan out converting our fleet over to electric when we, I think from a market perspective and an industry perspective, it's just not there yet. And there are some public works operations that have converted to things like natural gas, and certainly use some of a natural gas focus on their larger equipment. But we would certainly need to look at a wholesale study in terms of that, we'll say, source or energy source for our vehicles. And it's not something I don't think we can necessarily just incorporate into a need study per se. I think that's something, I think I mentioned this at council a couple of weeks ago too, that's probably more of a standalone type study and a focus for fleet and vehicles rather than through a need study or a space needs, that type of thing. But again, that's something we can look at with the consultant and get some opinions on in terms of how that might be considered for the future. Again, the large focus though for this study that was awarded a couple of weeks ago really was determining what space we need and where we can accommodate staff and vehicles and stuff like that. So.
Okay, thank you. We're now
through you, Mayor Armstrong. Right now we are at 6 o'clock where we would do the closed session as it was presented in the agenda, that is the public agenda. However, it is suggested that perhaps council may want to consider if to continue with the budget meeting at this point in time, and then do close at the end of the regular council meeting. So if council wishes to suspend the procedural rules, they may do so at this time. However, I would ask that a recommendation be put forward to that end. Thank you.
Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, as Ms. Middleholtz has suggested, I think for continuity, my own personal opinion is I think we should just continue on with the budget so that it's sort of done and dusted. But that's one vote for doing that and having the closed after our regular meeting. But obviously willing to hear what other members of council say.
So need to speak, or do we just get a consensus and a wave of the hands? Those in favor of continuing with the ad hoc budget, please indicate with the wave of your hand at this time.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, it is something that would require a recommendation, so it needs to be moved. It sounds like perhaps maybe Councillor Gordick is interested in moving this. If there is a seconder, we could do that, and then calling the vote, if we could, please.
Certainly. So did you get that mover and seconder there? We had hands waving, moved by Councillor Gerber, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Did you want to read, or did you have something to read?
The recommendation before council would be that council suspend the procedural rules to continue with the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting and convene into closed session following the regular council meeting.
All in favor? Everybody's in favor. Okay, we shall carry on then. So the next item is the sand salt dome panel replacement. And next is the lift station number 3, Marvin Street. Need study. No questions on that. Next is lift station number 2, Milton Street, capacity review. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question. Milton Street, as we all know, is subject to a significant amount of flooding. Just wondering if there's anything with regards to this that's related to flooding being resiliency.
Mr.
Through you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, that would be something we would be looking at, certainly in terms of the existing station and how it sort of performs. I'm not sure there's really a great solution at this point, but that's certainly something we would be looking at in terms of capacities and how they are impacted, certainly by flood events as well.
Okay. Next item is replace a 29 service vehicle. Public Works. No questions there. Sweeper and brush trimming, cutting attachment. Seeing none. Trackless clearing unit. Councillor Fenning.
Sorry, just curious. These two units, we don't currently have anything. It's not that these are second. Is my understanding correct that these are not secondary units, but adding to our capacity to do this work?
That's correct. They're new units.
Okay. Locate equipment and vehicle. And seeing none. Bade New Hamburg Sanitary Growth Staging Study. Seeing none. Infrastructure standards and specifications. Hamilton Road pedestrian crossing review and pavement markings. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through the chair. I know that there are a good number of individuals who are going to be very happy to see this in our budget. And I suspect that I'm perhaps taking some of the words that Councillor Gerber was going to say, because I know we've both been engaged with that group in the community. Just wanted to clarify for the community that this project does include implementation of a pedestrian crossover. And maybe if you've got any information to share with the community on that, that would be great.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, the budget that we have presented here considers implementation. Reading through the project description and justification sheet, we didn't want to speak too much to that aspect because we don't really know how it's going to, I guess, in terms of the recommendation, what it will recommend in terms of siting and in terms of what type of treatment for crossing that they would, that the consultant that we hire would recommend. So we've kind of left it, sort of open at this point. But yes, the budget would include those pavement marking works and the implementation of something like a crossover, a pedestrian crossover. And when I say pedestrian crossover, I'm not referring to sort of a bridge. It would be certainly a crossing facility at grade.
Thank you. Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Armstrong. Just wanted to reiterate, as Councillor Fenning mentioned, appreciate the clarification, Mr. Mollenhouse. I mean, the study is great. So yeah, first thought was that's an expensive study, but I see that you've sort of tried to sort of hit the middle ground between the study and not knowing what the study is going to say. So we could be optimistic on the implementation side. We might need a little more on the implementation side, but neat to see that the study and implementation will follow each other with with a fairly close turnover. So that's great news for the community. So thank you for clarifying that and for your work on it. And thank you to the residents for making their views clear through the budget feedback process. I know, Mr. Kelly, when you were looking at your pie chart, you had a rather large part of the pie chart dealing with the Hamilton Road pedestrian crossing. So public input matters.
It does that. Okay. So next item is the Snyder's Road reconstruction. Seeing none, next item is the Victoria Street, Bully Street reconstruction. Greenwood Drive reconstruction. Castle Home Crescent Water Main reconstruction. sanitary sewer I&I reduction program. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Just directing a question to Mr. Molineux. Are we making any headway, and is it something that's measurable with a project like this?
Through you, Chair Armstrong, in terms of effectiveness of our last study and kind of our last couple of years in terms of our focus on I&I, some of our key areas, like in Baden, for example, we're going through the process right now of replacing a sanitary sewer that was sort of identified as one of the higher sort of impacts in terms of inflow. So there is certainly some progress being made, in things like construction activity and new infrastructure. The first iteration that we undertook for I&I was a very high level viewpoint, and there was some flow monitoring and that type of activity that was sort of identifying and quantifying what our I&I issues were from a high level, and then making some policy recommendations and stuff like that that came out of that first study process. And we've been working towards the last couple of years, trying to get a better understanding of more detailed, more granular level where we might see, common issues in our system. So that might be things like leaking services, connection points. Some of those things are very hard to track down without having a more granular look at the system. And so this type of a program that we're presenting for this year is one that helps us get to that point of more detailed monitoring, more detailed field investigation, and identifying what we would call a hydraulic footprint. So hydraulic footprints can kind of tell us where some of our leakiest areas are. And we do have to look at our system and isolate our system strategically and systematically in order for us to truly isolate and locate, and then remediate as a result. So this is what this plan is for this year. And obviously with I&I, this is something that doesn't just go away. This is a continual program that will obviously be addressed annually and need to be addressed annually, so we can continue to track down these locations. I mean, our system is always going to be changing with groundwater and with inflow and infiltration. There will always be we'll say segments of our system that might be getting to end of life, and so those might become sort of a weak link. So those are things that we're going to have to continually do. But this program for this year is one that will give us more of a detailed look at some of our higher issue areas in our system.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Baden Trunk Sanitary Sewer Design and Construction. Trunk sewer flow monitoring improvements, Snyder's and Foundry. Snyder AgCom Municipal Drain Construction. Hot Mix Asphalt Program. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to call out that, we're talking again in this item, in this report, about active transportation, and there are a number of active transportation investments throughout this budget, and I'm really happy to see that, so thank you.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, through you, Mayor Armstrong, just wanted to highlight Burgee Court aspect of the hot mix paving program. It's good to see that being included in there. And Councillor Fenning mentioned active transportation. to identify Burgee Court as not just a road that needs some work, but also as an active transportation link. And that as such, when you get to the design, a multi-use trail or sidewalk or some sort of a place to walk along that road as well. For those that walk, the loop in New Hamburg or one of the loops, that is a popular spot to do that. Obviously, it's adjacent to Morningside and adjacent to the pedestrian, or a link to the pedestrian bridge, which comes up in about 25 pages or so. So great to see that on the docket for 2022. So that's expected to be completed in 2022. Is that the plan? Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Director Mullinax.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, that is the plan, yes, to evaluate, what type of active transportation treatment we would include, and then we would certainly be looking to implement that this year with the project.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, surface treatment program. No questions. Guide rail and Chevron program. Tie road culvert replacement. Christian Road culvert replacement. Bridge Street Bridge. And I like the word construction there. Next is Oxford Waterloo Road Bridge structural repairs. Lisbon Road culvert replacement. Replacement brush chipper. Install Mullock waste systems, parks and community centers. Septic system review, upgrade, Hayesville, Petersburg, New Dundee, St. Agatha. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, actually, it was the one, my mouse wasn't working. I didn't get my hand up in time for the one previous to that. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Just with regards to the MULOC system, the last comment makes a point of that there'll be recycling MULOCs added. Is that part, what is considered busy? Because I know that obviously with COVID, it's not easy enough for us to sort of speculate, but I do know that some of our rural centers, such as New Dundee and St. Agatha's, a lot of the residents, one of their concerns was always having to worry about the recycling, and it was never an easy thing. They always had to take it home, versus say New Hamburg, where it's part of the garbage pickup or the waste removal system already in place. Where are we expecting to put those recycling MULOCs? Would they be going out to the outer community centers? I know they're not quite as busy, maybe perhaps traffic wise, but there is some concerns with the residents when they do use the establishments.
Thank you. Through the mayor, in the project description, Councillor Gordick, you'll see that there's 3 locations identified on the second line there. So there will be MULOC systems installed at Norm Hill Park, St. Agatha, and New Dundee to start. And then as we work through this process to see how it works for us, we'll be definitely be keeping an eye on other park locations, because it is really advantageous for staff and saves a lot of staff time driving around to empty the smaller containers. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I saw it was there. I was thinking more along the lines of installation time, and I appreciate that. So thank you. It was more just when, because of COVID and there's not a lot of activity happening. Will there be, and it's a silly question perhaps maybe, but they have will there be any kind of training or notice of like how to use the systems for the community groups that work there and have access to the MULOCs?
So we have them in a number of locations already. We already have them at WRC, and we have one at the dog park. They're literally a garbage container that has a lid that has a smaller opening so that we don't get people's full bags of garbage from their homes. So they're very common in parks. I don't think that people will have too much trouble adjusting to that system versus an open garbage container. And they will be marked with recycling if they're a recycling MOLOC versus trash if they're a garbage MOLOC. So I think it'll be pretty good. Timing wise, we haven't really established a timeline yet for installation. We're wanting to get through this budget, and then we'll start aligning the timelines for how we move through the projects. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So septic system review. Design new skateboard park. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you through the chair. I just am happy because I think that this is a really great way to serve the diverse needs of youth in our community.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. The community is obviously thrilled about this. The one thing that there is just looking for, one question I received, can you confirm if there'll be an engaging process for the community? And you're nodding your head, so that's lovely. That was the question. I just wanted verification that they would be involved in the process, so thank you.
Well, yeah, you're all expected to come up with what your favorite apparatus is.
Yeah, and through the mayor, we're hoping it'll be an engagement with youth in particular. That's what we're really targeting. So we'll probably start with our youth council and then work our way through some other community groups to get that consultation for sure.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you, Chair Armstrong, through you to Ms. Jackson. Yeah, great to see this item in place. It goes back, the current skate park that's being retired goes back a long way, back to the Parks Board days actually, and just local Baden youth and members of the Baden Parks Board, making that decision to sort of close off that third tennis court and build some ramps. And we've gone through a lot of different phases since then, but I remember visiting the bowl at the Kitchener Rod like way back then, probably 15, 20 years ago, and thinking this is really what we need. And to see us sort of get to the point where we're ready to talk to youth and design and build something like that at a great central location is awesome. And youth will be able to tell us, hey, what kind of, what do we need for scooters? What do we need for, skateboards? What do we need for longboards? What do we need for BMX bikes? Whoever might want to use it and how they can interact with each other. Yeah, great to see. That's going to be a full property by the time we add a few ice pads and put a concrete bowl and a few things like that. So it's going to be fun.
Okay, thank you. Third ice pad design. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, this may already be something that you've already thought of, Ms. Jackson, and of course, Ms. Mokrafka, with regards to our working with TCP for permanent tenancy. Being that some of our community groups will need access, I'm just wondering if the scope of what this original study can be broadened to incorporate not necessarily a third ice rink, but also perhaps And I don't know what's involved with third rink, so that's your department. I don't know if we build one, we just assume that there's going to be rooms, extra rooms, like at the current community center where there's like a shuffleboard room or a community kitchen that's up on the second floor. Wondering if our scope is including that, so that if we have the need for extra rooms as our community grows, it seems to me that that would be something that we'd want to be more proactive in trying to get the space now, instead of having to think about future growth for some of our community groups. Just could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, through the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gordick. So as you know, with the report that came maybe 2 cycles ago with respect to TCP, we are looking at an anchor tenancy project for the New Hamburg Community Center. So this development would be strictly for a community level rink, and the required 6 dressing rooms, some storage space. It would be very basic, and we would be utilizing the existing lobby space. And there is a report coming on February the 28th that the consultant from Monteith Brown will be present, and he'll be going through the design concept. And that would be a great opportunity to ask these questions again, just to look at what the community was seeking with respect to this third rink. But it will all be outlined in that report, and that is coming on the 28th. We didn't quite have time to get it to council before the budget process, so we had to utilize the numbers that they're proposing in their report to get it into the budget for this round. But all of that detail will come out with a general concept design when it comes back on the 28th.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gerber.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, I just wanted to update Ms. Jackson. I know sort of council sort of been in the loop on most of the emails, I think, just over the weekend. I know we have heard from sort of our 4 primary ice user groups, minor hockey, minor girls hockey, Huskies, Wolverines, Firebirds, and skating as far as the third ice pad. So there are a series of questions that came through in a subsequent email, Ms. Jackson. I'm going to forward those questions to you. So I just wanted to give you a heads up, just to make sure that that our 4 main user groups there are, have a chance to interact a little bit more, maybe with Monteith and Brown around what they see as priorities in the third ice pad. I know the groups sort of all agree that, hey, we need a third ice pad. There may be some minor differences as far as some of the priorities they see for that third ice pad. So like I said, I just wanted to sort of give you a bit of a heads up that I thought President of Minor Hockey had a series of 6 questions that sort of council had a chance to see, but I don't think you were in that particular loop. So I'm going to forward that email to you. I've sort of got it ready to go, but I wanted to give you a heads up on that. And just to say that we're certainly excited for this, but a lot of work to do to make sure that we're meeting real needs of where people are at. As Monteith considers sort of a location for that third pad and a potential for a 4th pad, the impacts on other user groups and all those sorts of things as well. So, lots of community engagement and involvement in this, and something else to think about. And I don't think it's in the scope of what we're doing here tonight, but I know it came through in the comments a little bit, and it's, I know it's not on our 10-year capital radar, but we've never put a gymnasium anywhere in any of our plans, because we have gymnasiums at the schools and we got a lot of schools. But I know when you go over to Stratford and you see some of the community uses that's able to be done in their agriplex, sort of building there, I think that's something to start to think about longer term for Wilmot as well. As it's great to have facilities for as many groups as possible. But I know we have a lot of players, volleyball, basketball, badminton, things like that go out of town, and we know we can't serve every need in the community, but something to be aware of as we continue to invest capital in certain activities, to just be aware of the range of activities that people are involved in at all age levels. So maybe more of a statement, but just to give you a heads up on that,
sure.
On some of the questions around, hey, what should the third pad be focused on, and where is it going to be, and the user groups are just, they want to be in the ground floor, and they want to have a chance to, Monteith has identified, the need for a third pad and the location for it, but maybe hasn't necessarily, maybe the user groups don't necessarily feel like they know, hey, what are we looking for in the third pad? That's all.
Yeah,
Thanks.
through the mayor, if I can comment, they were
Yeah.
all they were all engaged with Monteith Brown. That's what is forming the actual recommendations that they're providing. So I'm not sure if there's been a change of what the level of need is or not since the engagement was done. But and then with respect to your comment regarding the gymnasium piece, etc., we do have information in the Parks and Rec master plan that speaks to that, and that is on the docket to be reworked again in 2023. So we will definitely be relooking at the needs in that respect at that time. But the current master plan indicates that there's enough gymnasium space in existing buildings like schools that can be utilized, but it will be relooked again for sure when we open that master plan up again. So thank you for that. And I would appreciate a copy of that email. I did not see it. Thanks.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you for the chair. Councillor Gerber, thank you for bringing up all of those items and pouring those off to Ms. Jackson. That's great. They have a lot of enthusiasm to stay involved in this process all the way through. And I love it because we're going to need a lot of funds to do this. And the community certainly rallied last time, and I'm sure they're ready to rally this time with the engagement. So this is great. Did also want to make a comment on the gymnasium that Councillor Gerber brought up, just to add 2 cents to that. There has been a lot of comments from the more diverse community and the aspects that with some religions, they can't actually go on to other religious properties to participate in using their gyms. So they have been directed there often. So I think as we've identified in 2023, funds are not endless. And so it's good to see that staff will be looking at that and hopefully forecasting for the future an opportunity to have that within our community as well.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I know Councillor Gerber and myself had dialogue with the Firebirds, and they seem to indicate that they would prefer to wait a bit longer and have something more elaborate versus just a base arena. So I'm just wondering how much dialogue Monteith Brown had with these user groups, what they've had to, the opportunity to express, because I think they all seem to indicate that they'd like to see some seating in there in the newer one. And I'm not sure if that was expressed with Monteith Brown or not.
Through the mayor, I have had this conversation with Mr. Desai from Monteith Brown, and he met with each of the groups individually and did not receive that information at that time. So he's aware now of some of the requests for additional seating, and he would be prepared to speak to that when he comes to council on the 28th of February, just to respond. I think that, just without trying to get too far off course here on the budget meeting, I think that the extra seating is more about the sightlines in the existing arena versus the need for potentially additional seats. But we can certainly address that when Monteith Brown is at the table with the staff report in a couple of weeks. And he can outline exactly what consultation he did with each of the groups as well, if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thanks for the chair. Ms. Jackson, did you say that it'll be coming February 28th?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Next is New Hamburg Arena and Community Center building repairs. Okay, administration complex parking lot expansion design. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm just curious. I'm cool with fixing the parking lot, all that kind of stuff. I'm just could you explain to me why we need access out through the back? I'm just more from my own perspective, obviously, because it's adding something. And I'm just curious as to why we need a separate entrance coming through the subdivision and then of course, residential area with being so close to a school. So for me, it was just more of trying to figure out why we need that access through the back.
Yes, happy to respond, Councillor Gordick. Through the mayor, we have a number of tour buses that come into the property. We have a number of tractor trailers that come through. And in fact, unfortunately, the other day, a tractor trailer came through and swiped the front end of a couple of trucks trying to get around that turning radius of the current island. So having an access out the back will be a locked gate. It won't be something that's open to the public, so we won't have the issue of through traffic for people to cut across. It's more about access when Ms. Locke has tours coming through to the castle, and we need to bring larger vehicles through, including fire trucks, onto the property. So that'll make it a lot safer for those folks coming through. So that's the main reason. And of course, we're extending the parking with this project as well. So it makes sense just to attach that laneway on there as well.
Okay. Thank you. Castle Kilbride exterior maintenance and repairs. And parking lot repairs at 121 Huron, the library. Access hatch New Hamburg library roof. Okay, improvements to Sir Adam Beck Park recreational amenities. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So I believe before you came on board, Ms. Jackson, there had been some community engagement pre-COVID, of course, with regards to ball tournaments and balls going into people's backyards and into pools. A couple of residents had reached out to both Councillor Fisher and myself with regards to their children being hit by flying balls from some of the tournaments that are held by adults in Beck Park. And one of the requests was for netting, and that was a bit of a conversation that had been had with our previous director of parks and facilities. But because we haven't had any tournaments and it's kind of fallen off of the radar, I'm just wondering if this could be relooked at with regards. I know that the 150 may not cover that, to have something included. But from a safety perspective, I know that that has been an issue with regards to that particular park. And one of the conversations that had been brought up actually was to maybe move some of the male adult tournaments from Beck Park to incorporate and have children's so that they don't hit the balls as far, which might be something to look at with regards to that. But I'm also just wondering if we could at least take a look at the netting across on some of the areas for that ballpark.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gordick. I recall, and I do have Jeff Dubrick on the call, and we're kind of messaging here trying to recall, but I do recall there was discussion with the neighbors. I feel as though our park supervisor had some discussion with some of the neighbors, and it was a mixed bag of about 50% that wanted netting and the remainder did not. Maybe that's what Councillor Fisher's nodding his head about. So I feel as though there was not consistent request from the community for that, and that may be why it fell off my radar, but I maybe will ask Councillor Fisher. He may have a better idea on that one. But that with the 150 would definitely not include that. That was not considered as part of the scope.
Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this money being spent in the park for sure. The current skateboard equipment's pretty Mickey Mouse, really, and to give kids the opportunity to go out and play some basketball or maybe some ball hockey and stuff like that, I think that's something we really need in Baden with all the teenagers and youngsters. And also, I just recently started playing pickleball and it was a lot of fun. So that's a welcome addition too. So.
Councillor Hallman.
Thanks for the chair. Ms. Jackson, as you're aware, with the popularity in New Dundee with the tennis courts and pickleball and the wait times that sometimes can occur at the park for the facility, I know we had discussed about posting some kind of thing about, trying to respect time and that kind of thing, just to, prevent a burden from happening to the Baden community. Will something be installed there as well to kind of try to inform people, about respecting times and cues and that sort of thing?
Yes, through the mayor, the problem might not be quite as challenging in this location because we get a lot of folks from the Kitchener area using the New Dundee courts. But once they're good quality courts, again, that is a possibility. So we would implement the same sorts of, recommended timelines. We would not be booking the spaces, but folks have to learn how to share, I guess. And hopefully that will be the case, but we would definitely be including some of those recommended timelines for sure.
Okay. Q, Hayesville Community Center roof replacement. William Scott Park Tennis Court fencing replacement. Norham Hill Park Playground resurfacing. Councillor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong, Ms. Jackson, this may seem like an obvious question, but I don't know much about rubberized playground surface. Would that be permeable because of it being like in a floodplain area? Is that just a sort of an assumed thing because the word permeable isn't there? So that's why my question is being asked.
Through the mayor, really good question. It would not be permeable, but it would be designed such that it would allow for runoff. The reason we wouldn't have it permeable is that would mean it would also be able to be washed away. Generally, there isn't so if you've been at the playground at the splash park at the WRC, we have this surface at the playground at the WRC. It's kind of spongy when you walk on it, but it would be, it would be able to run the water off of it, over it, and therefore we would not have to move the playground. The really only other alternative would be to move the playground in order to meet the CSA standards for the playground safety. So not permeable, but it'll wash away.
So it's just a quick follow-up. So I did because I wasn't sure. So over the weekend, I just did a little research. And so it does seem that there is permeable rubberized that doesn't wash away, that they're using in certain areas now. And so I just wondered, is that just because it's a new product and that we're not there yet? Because it doesn't appear from what I found on Google that it washes away, that they're using it in areas specifically for water to drain away and to help with that kind of runoff where we've overpaved too much and there's no place for the water to go. So I just, could you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. Through the mayor, that kind of permeable rubber may work in a normal park environment, but in that floodplain where it takes out fences and trees and all kinds of other things, just the volume of water that has the potential of reaching that playground in the location that it's in, it wouldn't be able to drain away enough water to make a difference. So we need something that's going to be longer lasting and the water can flow over without damaging it and the kids would be able to play on it the next day, sort of thing. So.
Okay, thank you. St. Agatha Seniors Room improvements. Repoint bricks at New Hamburg Library. Repairs to the exterior facade, New Hamburg Library. Nith River Pathway and Bank Erosion Control. Councillor Fenning.
Sorry, going back a page to the repair to the library facade. And I don't know, maybe I've been looking at this document too long, but one line says New Hamburg and the next says Baden.
My apologies, Councillor Fenning. I was doing too many of these documents in the same day, clearly. Yeah, this is with respect to Baden. The other one was with respect to New Hamburg, and I probably did a copy paste. So my apologies. Yeah, the exterior wall on the Baden Library, some of the parging is failing. It needs to be repaired. So thank you for catching that.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, we'll just correct that in the final version that's available on the website in case people refer back to it.
Right. Very good. So beyond the pathway, replace the boardwalk under 7 and 8 pedestrian bridge. Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, just the link to the Bergie Court sort of active, transportation network is to be noted. Appreciate the work staff has done to keep the trail or to keep that walkway operational. And this is probably a bit of a long shot, but I know the 2022 money is sort of the design piece, and it sounds like there's maybe going to be an engineer down there, studying sort of water flows and impact of flood waters on that particular walkway. I know something that's often been asked, but I don't know the last time it's been studied or if it's ever been studied by the township, is the idea of the impact of that entire highway bridge on the flow of the Nith River and the role it plays in the flooding that we sometimes see downtown. Is there any chance or any economies of scale to ask that larger question, or am I getting into Mr. Mullenhoose's territory, or even way beyond that in even asking that question? But like I said, it's something that people who have been around a while, way longer than me, before that bridge was there, the water just flowed. Now it doesn't. So just putting it out there.
Yeah, through the mayor.
He turned his camera on.
He did. He and I have been working together on this project. Actually, he's been a great help. It's always been a question: is it a sidewalk or is it a trail? So we're calling it a trail, and I'm taking the lead, but definitely Jeff's team will be involved. So I don't know if you want to comment on that piece. It really is a GRCA responsibility to manage that level of tree growth under there, or whatever you want to call it, vegetation. So, but Jeff, I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, I was just through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jackson. I was just going to add in about the MTO jurisdiction as well. That's obviously an MTO structure, so it's a bit of a complicated piece there with respect to that piece of infrastructure. In general, in terms of the floodway and in terms of passage of water and that structure, I think that's where the complicating factor may be more so GRCA and MTO and sort of their role in it, not necessarily ours or even this particular pathway. So,
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the chair. There was a shy member of our community who had reached out about this with a question about the frequency of spray paint that can occur down there, and had suggested that perhaps some youth at Waterloo, Oxford could do some mental health artwork underneath there, and had asked if for me to bring up the question and then to see if that's something that you would maybe work with the art teachers at the school to see if they could take that on as a project.
Through the chair, I think going back to Mr. Mullenhoose's comment, this being an MTO bridge, we would have to get their buy-in if something like this were to be considered. But we certainly can take that away and see if it's a possibility.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the people of Morningside had set up a program where they would regularly go down and paint over any graffiti down there. I'm not sure if they're still carrying on with that program or not, because they were doing that for a while. They whenever they saw the graffiti, then the group would go down and just paint over it. So. Okay, next is the reforestation program. Next is the tree canopy policy. Township and settlement area gateway signage. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you. The New Dundee community has reached out to me about this budget request. Excited to see this, and there was just a request from the New Dundee Optimist, the New Dundee Board of Trade, and the Women's Institute that so they often take care of the flower beds and that sort of thing around the current ones, and just looking to they're just looking to work with the township on how this will go and the flower beds and that sort of thing. So it's more of just a comment to make sure that that they'll be engaged with during this process.
Okay, thank you. Any changes are all, there would have to be conversation with the region as well. So I'm sure we'll do a good job of making sure they get what they like. And that was the last one. So we've got a mover and seconder. The recommendation's been read. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next item is the 10-year capital forecast. And you have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
That the 10-year capital forecast as prepared by the Director of Corporate Services / Treasurer be endorsed in principle.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Fenning. Mr. Kelly, can you highlight your report, please?
Just noticed Councillor Gerber has a hand up there. I'm not sure if that's for this report.
You wish to ask your question now, or do you want to wait till he Mr. Kelly?
I was just looking at the clock and wondering if it would be appropriate to maybe give us 5 minutes here between now and our regular council meeting. I don't think we're going to get the 10-year done in 5 minutes, as well laid out as it is. So I was just going to make that suggestion rather than sort of have the report be read, that we like I said, take 5 minutes, come back for our regular meeting at 7, and then we know we've got 10-year capital, and then we know we've got closed after that yet. So I don't know what people's thoughts were on that.
How are we thinking, folks? Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So with regards to the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting, it is possible for us to stop here, to reconvene. I'm just thinking with the closed, I would suggest that because we need to come back out of closed in open. So we've created a bit of a challenge with regards to that. So what we could do, with council wishes, we could add the final part of the ad hoc budget, I guess, at the end, at the point of the council meeting where we've gone through announcements. At that point in time, we could add the final piece of the ad hoc budget advisory committee agenda. Then we can go into closed session. We would come back out of closed and pass the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting, would be my suggestion.
So we need a motion to adjourn to go to Councillor Hallman. You have a question?
Thank you, through the mayor. Ms. Middleholtz, I'm just throwing something on another piece of spaghetti on the wall, so to speak. I know we have other staff for available because of the budget. I'm just curious procedurally if it makes more sense, and with the commitment of other staff, can we defer the regular council meeting for a little bit longer and then continue with the staff that we have on?
Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. In a normal situation, I would agree with you. Since we have public meetings occurring tonight, for which we have delegations who have registered under the assumption of a meeting starting at 7, that in my mind, procedurally, it is more accurate for us to begin the council meeting at 7 so that we can honor the circulation under the Planning Act. Perhaps I'm unsure if Mr. Martin or Mr. Okraka wishes to comment further, but that would be my recommendation at this point in time.
Mr. Okraka.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. You're correct. There are public meetings scheduled and people have been given a time. I think the unknown factor is how long the budget process will take. If you're going to spend an hour, then yeah, it would not be appropriate. I can't prejudge what your questions are on the 10-year capital, so it's a difficult question for me to answer, but I would suggest that probably have the council meeting and then deal with the capital budget after. Then you know that the public is going to be able to speak when they felt that they would be able to speak.
Yep. Okay. So you need a motion to delay or postpone.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So what we would be doing would be, oh dear, the word has left me. We need a motion to defer the remaining portion of the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting until following the announcement portion of the regular council meeting. You're muted, sir.
Yeah, that's the motion. So that's moved by Councillor Gerber, Councillor Fenning. All in favor? Okay, so we'll be back here in 5 minutes. Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting on February the 7th. And before we begin tonight's meeting, let us take a moment of silence to recognize that February is Black History Month. Black History Month is celebrated every year from February 1st to March 1st to honor the legacy and achievements of Black Canadians who, throughout history, have accomplished so much to make our country the prosperous and compassionate nation as it is today. I encourage everyone to make the time to learn more about Black history and how Black Canadians continue to help shape the story of our nation. And I'll ask Councillor Fisher to read the territorial acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibilities to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you. Any additions to the agenda? Adoption of the agenda. Clerk could read the recommendation.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Before I begin, I would just like to note that I've been advised by planning staff that bylaw number 2022-007 may now be considered for first, second, and third and final reading at tonight's meeting. In the highlight of the accompanying report, the manager of planning may expand on this. The amended bylaw would now include today's date for the third and final reading. If, on the leave of the mayor, a member of council would like to indicate that they move the agenda be adopted as amended. So the recommendation I would read out then is that the agenda as amended for February 7th, 2022 be adopted.
Mover and seconder, Councillor Gordick, Councillor Fanning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And minutes of previous meetings. Madam Clerk.
That the minutes of the following meeting be adopted as presented. Regular council meeting, January 17th, 2022.
That is moved by Councillor Fanning, Councillor Gerber. All in favor? That is carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And we start with a public meeting. And have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
For the public meeting, sir,
Do the
we
meeting
would
first.
begin with you doing your blurb, usually
Okay.
to open the public meeting, followed by asking Mr. Martin to present his report.
Okay. This is a public meeting in respect of zone change application 01/22. We will hear all interested people who wish to speak on this matter. If the decision of council is appealed to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. The tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submission before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting are required to leave their names and addresses, which will become part of the public record. And you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the township's official website along with your email address if provided. Mr. Martin, you introduce.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application considers amending the current zoning at 226 Waterloo Street to allow for an additional 3 units to be constructed. The current property is developed with a triplex. The zoning allows currently up to 4 units, and the applicants are proposing to have a total of 6 units on this property. All the other regulations with respect to setbacks, parking, and any other zoning regulations are in compliance with this current proposal. No comments or concerns are raised from the public through circulation of the application. The Region of Waterloo had reviewed the application and had requested noise warning clauses to be included through a subsequent development agreement. CN provided comments indicating they would request a noise study. So the applicant is currently working to satisfy the CN comments, and ultimately they would be implemented through a subsequent site plan control process. We don't anticipate significant concerns given recent developments in the area that have had noise studies completed, but any mitigation measures that may come out of that process would be implemented at the site plan stage. No other comments or concerns, and staff recommend approval.
Does staff have any questions of a technical nature? Council, any questions, I should say? Seeing none. And there are no delegations for this meeting. We have no registered delegation. Is there any person within the Zoom delegation list who wishes to comment on this matter? I will ask a second and last time if there are any delegations present who wish to comment on this matter.
For you, Mayor Armstrong, there are no attendees with their hands raised.
Thank you. Seeing none, declare the public meeting closed. You can now read the recommendation, please, Madam Clerk.
That council approve zone change application 01/22 made by Deb, Jeff, and Justin Carfello, affecting part of lots 43 and 44, Plan 532A, to amend the zoning of the property to permit a residential building containing up to 6 dwelling units.
Have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Gerber, Councillor Gordick. Is there any questions from council on the recommendation? Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, just a comment. Great to see this type of application come forward. Especially rewarding, if I may say, to see one that doesn't require any further adjustments or impacts. That it actually fits the property, and no adjustments to to setbacks and boundaries and yard lines or anything that sometimes we have to balance off and things like this. So great to see a few more spots in our urban residential areas for people to live. So thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next public meeting for zone change application 02/22, David Smith, lots 21 and 22, Plan 302, part of lot 6, concession 3, block being part 9, Plan 58R-13844, 121-1323 Queen Street, New Dundee. This is a public meeting in respect of zone change application 02-22. We will hear all interested people who wish to speak on this matter. If the decision of council is appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, the tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting are required to leave their names and addresses, which will become part of the public record, and you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the township's official website along with your email addresses if provided. Mr. Martin, we speak to the change, please.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application proposes an amendment to a property on what historically was referred to as Cottage Lane, 1323 Street, being the address of all the units on that lane. The properties on Cottage Lane do not have frontage on a public road. And one of the requirements of the zoning bylaw in order for building permits to be issued is that a property has frontage on a publicly open road and access to a publicly open road. There are some provisions in place to allow for restoration to a safe condition or replacement if destroyed by natural causes. In this case, the applicant is looking at constructing a small addition on the rear of their existing home. The applicant has indicated that a significant amount of time ago, there was a summer kitchen at the back of the property, and essentially this is the area that they're proposing to construct the addition. However, that structure existed before the current regulations were in place, so it doesn't have the status enjoyed by some of the other provisions when a building exists on a property. The application was circulated. A couple of items that we generally would look at in this location is to ensure that there are no emergency access concerns. The Region of Waterloo did not provide any concerns or comments in that regard, as we also circulated the Township Fire Department, and they did not raise any concerns with emergency access. The Grand River Conservation Authority reviewed the proposal and has actually issued a permit to allow for a building permit to be issued on this property. And the last piece that we would generally look at is the opportunity for a building to be serviced by a proper septic system. In this case, the scale of the addition wouldn't require analysis of the existing system. However, if the zoning is in place, a future building permit that would include plumbing or bedrooms or a larger floor area than what's currently proposed would require that sort of analysis. And ultimately, if servicing can't be achieved, then regardless of the zoning provisions, those policies of the Ontario Building Code would apply. At the time the report was written and the agenda was finalized, staff were awaiting confirmation of legal access to Queen Street over the Cottage Lane right-of-way. We have since received that confirmation from the applicant's solicitor to confirm that they do in fact have a right-of-way out to Queen Street. So that would allow this, the bylaw, should council approve the zoning, allow for the bylaw to proceed with 3 readings at this meeting. There were one neighboring property owner did provide comments that were addressed in the report with respect to access and the ability for properties to be used year-round on this street, and we did not receive any further comments from that individual, and staff would recommend approval.
Okay. Does council have any questions of a technical nature? Councillor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong, so just a couple. I understand that Mr. Andrew, you and I have had conversations about septic with regards to some rural properties in my ward, St. Agatha. So I'm just wondering, you've mentioned already that septic wouldn't be an issue unless there was some changes to the actual building. How do we control that they don't put in plumbing, even though they say they're not going to? We don't have anything after the fact. So what safeguards do we have in place that if they were to put in plumbing and then that could change the septic, like how do we control that? And then secondly, with regards to the fire services, going back in history, there was some concerns about some properties within our community that had lots of access to fire services. And there were some issues with regards to some blocking of parties. We'll just leave it at that. And that was because of supposedly that the fire services couldn't, and that was a wide open road as far as I was concerned in comparison to this. So I'm kind of questioning as to why there isn't any concern with the fire services if the roads aren't skinny enough for them to do any turnaround. If the roads are too skinny for them to turn around, I've driven down that particular cottage lane, and I can't imagine that the fire services wouldn't have an issue. So I'm just kind of wanting to just clarify those points, please.
Theorem Armstrong. So the first piece regarding the septic system. So the building code has provisions when you need to look at the sewage disposal. So in this case, you know, if they were adding plumbing or adding bedrooms or expanding the footprint of the building by more than 15%, a septic audit would be required. There isn't a building code provision that would require that confirmation of the status of the existing septic system based on the current application that's been submitted for a building permit. But like any other building, you know, plumbing does require a building permit. If someone chooses to proceed with work in a building without a permit, it is difficult for the municipality to be involved in that unless we're made aware of the work that's been completed, or there's, you know, some engagement with the municipality. That's when we would become involved. But I mean, it goes with any other property that, you know, should someone put plumbing in their house without approval and there's an issue with the septic, you know, we would only become involved if we're made aware of construction or if there's complaints about sewage outbreak on a property, and we would have to deal with that at that time. The second part of the question regarding emergency access, there was many years ago before I was involved here, but there are notes on file that there were previous concerns with access on Cottage Lane and the potential that either a fire or a paramedic vehicle might block one another and not be able to turn around. It's my understanding that there have been some improvements to that lane since that time. It's not as narrow and not as inaccessible as it once was. I've also been down there. It's not a wide lane by any stretch, but we can only refer to the agencies that we obtain comments from. So because the region and the Township Fire Department didn't indicate any concerns, and we assume that that they're comfortable with access and that they are okay with the current situation. I can't provide any further comments on that. I can just simply say that they didn't express concerns and we asked those specific questions about emergency access.
Okay. We have one registered delegation. The applicant, Mr. Smith, you have 10 minutes. Welcome, David.
Hello, Council and Honorable Mayor Armstrong. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. If someone can just indicate by raising their hand that one of you. Okay. This is a different way for me to use Zoom. And thanks for having me. I don't need 10 minutes. I just wanted to be here because it's been a long process for us. Little bit surprising as to what was entailed in getting to this point, but at the same time, a really good learning experience for me too. So everything seems to be in order. We don't intend to put extra plumbing. It's a very simple 180 square foot addition to go over. It's actually about a 50-year-old concrete pad that sits there to this day. over the years, somebody's torn down what was there, which was what I was told, a summer kitchen built by the Feuthers, who were the original owners, and the people that actually subdivided what is known as colloquially Cottage Lane. So we're just putting back something that used to be there. We won't be putting plumbing in. It's just not the purpose of the addition. As far as anyone else's concerns about access, I've heard this from several people. We've been living here for 12 years. The house has been sitting here for almost 100, and we're not adding more people. And as far as access goes, the fire department has been able to come down here, turn around and leave. I think that's why the department had no concerns, because they didn't have concerns the last time they came down. Unfortunately, the people that raised the issue initially, my neighbors, they live on my lane too. So I don't know why anybody who lives here would be concerned about current access or stopping someone from getting a permit based on access concerns, when those people actually share the same road that we live on. We all live on the same lane. So it's been an interesting journey, and I just wanted to thank everybody for their time. I don't know how many people were involved and how many people's time we took up. Hopefully not too much. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other delegation who wish to comment on this matter? I will ask a second and last time if there are any delegations present who wish to comment on this matter. Seeing none, I declare the public meeting closed. And the clerk would read the recommendation, please.
Thank you. That council approve zone change application 02/22 made by David Smith affecting lots 21 and 22, Plan 302, and part of Lot 6, Concession 3, Block, being Part 9, Plan 58R-13844, to amend the zoning of the property to allow buildings to be constructed on a property without frontage on a public street, that prior to the third reading of the implementing zoning bylaw, the applicant shall provide to the satisfaction of the township confirmation of a legal access of the subject property to Queen Street.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Hallman, second by Councillor Fenning. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is a public meeting for a zone change for Dundee Recycling. This is a public meeting in respect of zone change application 03/22. We will hear all interested parties who wish to speak on this matter. If the decision of council is appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, the tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting are required to leave their names and addresses, which will become part of the public record, and you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the township's official website along with your email addresses if provided. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application proposes to further amend the zoning for the property that is occupied by Dundee Recycling. Zoning was previously approved in 2014, and a holding provision that was in place at that time was lifted in 2018 to allow for essentially the existing operations of Dundee Recycling at that point to continue. The application before us at this time is to allow them to expand their operations that were previously approved by council in 2014. In support of the application, there were a number of technical reports provided, including air quality and noise studies. Those studies are currently being reviewed by the region of Waterloo, and they have not provided comments at this point as to their conclusion on those reports. So at this point, the intent would just be hear any additional comments that may come through the public process, and then after having received final comments back from the region, and assuming that reports are satisfactory at that time, staff would return to council with a detailed report and recommendation.
Does council have any questions of a technical nature? Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just pulling out my question, sorry. So, Mr. Martin, Mr. Kafka, I tried to read, because it's not my expertise. I was the environmental report that was linked within the report. However, because I'm a novice with that kind of the language and what was actually presented, I didn't see much there with regards to water studies. And so the runoff was a bit of a concern for me, and I didn't know if I was missing what I was supposed to be reading with regards to that. And so from an environmental perspective, with e-waste and some of that runoff going there, as well as the concerns that the neighbors presented with regards to water runoff, just wondering if you could speak to that, to sort of allay some of the concerns that we would have with the toxicity going into our water moraine in that particular area, please.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So originally in 2014, that was one of the reasons a holding provision was put in place, was that they had to do a number of environmental studies, including a spills management containment plan. Basically, it resulted in the yard being essentially a clay and concrete aquitard to keep all the water and runoff and direct it into treatment units to ensure that there wasn't contamination being uncontrolled into the adjoining property or the land outside of the operation. So essentially, we would anticipate that the same sort of requirements would flow out of this current proposal to ensure that those studies are adequately updated. Part of that discussion certainly is with the region of Waterloo at this point, and through their review, we would anticipate that being the outcome. So we'll provide more details when we come back to council with a report to identify how those concerns have been addressed. But ultimately, that spills management containment plan that exists for the current operations presumably would ultimately be updated through this development process to ensure that the same controls and safety measures are implemented.
So a follow-up then, Mr. Martin, with regards to that, through your
You muted yourself there. Councillor Gordick, you've muted yourself.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know much about e-waste collection and this runoff, so that's why I'm asking the questions. But could there be things that we, as where we've talked about before, that we can ask for more with regards to safety measures? Is that something that we can be doing with regards to that particular piece of property once the reports come back?
Certainly, yeah, we can ask those questions for sure to see, and we can review the report in more detail. We've to a certain extent deferred some of these environmental matters to be referred to be reviewed at the regional level. I know that the applicant's consultant is here, and they may be able to provide a little more information as far as what they've done to date to kind of and some more information about the operations. But certainly we'll take those concerns that you've noted and review that in concert with the region's ongoing review of the studies to make sure that there are adequate measures in place, and we can report back to council as to what safety measures are here for the entire operation, like the e-waste and other recycling components, and then provide those comments back for council. And if there's further questions at that point, we can attempt to answer them.
Thank you, Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the mayor. Maybe the representative on behalf of the applicant can pop on, because maybe some of my questions, they're similar to Councillor Gordick's, might be able to be answered by them.
Pardon me, Mayor Armstrong.
Go ahead.
If council would like, this might be the right time then for us to actually start with the delegations. Mr. Head does have a delegation registered for this evening. So if perhaps we would like to forgo the questions at this moment, ask him to provide his delegation. We'll move and second the recommendation if that is the will of council, and then we can resume with questions.
The delegation, we have one registered delegation. That's the representative of the applicant, Mr. Head. So if Mr. Head would like to come on and speak. Welcome, Andrew.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. My name is Andrew Head from Dryden Smith Head Planning Consultants.
You have 10 minutes, sir.
Great, thank you. Is there a time delay here?
I don't think so.
Okay, some places offer a time delay, and it's always nice to know if you're talking live or not. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Dundee Recycling in support of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as presented by Mr. Martin. I believe that Stephen Kropp, owner of Dundee Recycling, is also on the Zoom call. I have confirmation whether he got in or not, but he is listening. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank staff, especially Mr. Martin, for presenting the zoning bylaw amendment to you. As stated, the zoning bylaw amendment is to increase the existing area of operation to meet the demand and growth as created by the ever-expanding region of Waterloo. Along with the expansion of the existing operation, we're also requesting allowance to provide a snack shack or a food trailer to be located on the subject lands. This expansion will create good jobs for the surrounding community and provide continued relief from the region of Waterloo waste. We have completed land use compatibility studies, being the noise, odor, and dust studies for the expansion and the proposed expansion, pardon me. These studies came back to state that the expansions will have little to no impact on the surrounding uses. Our proposal also includes construction of a noise berm at the rear of the property adjacent to the Trustler Road. Mr. Kropp has noted that once the new area of operation is to be stripped of topsoil and made ready for construction, this material will be used to create an earthen berm that will surround the rear portion of the property to help further mitigate noise and odor and dust concerns. Go above and beyond the required measures to mitigate the noise and far exceed the ministry's requirements. This expansion will also allow for greater safety measures to be implemented on site. Greater sight lines will allow staff and customers better internal movements and to navigate the site and moving equipment without storage materials obscuring their views. The proposed expansion of area in the operation of New Dundee is justifiable based on several policies that are relevant to this scenario. The industrial recycling depot has existed on the property for years without any issues or complaints from the ministry. The expansion of the current area operation will not present any significant issues for the surrounding area. The proposed expansion is appropriate in terms of site suitability, compatibility, and contacts as it existed on the property since 1989 without issue. The expansion is consistent with the PPS and will not cause any safety or health concerns to the environment or public safety. The operation has ensured that odor, noise, and other contaminants are mitigated. Policy 2.3.6.1 of the PPS also states the planning authorities can allow minor intensification to non-agricultural uses, provided that specialty crops aren't compromised. This expansion still follows the minimum distance separation formula, and there is no possibility for alternative locations to consider relocation. Expansion is consistent with the growth plan, as the existing use of the property, recycling depot, does not affect the surrounding agricultural uses. Land use compatibility studies have been completed to prove that there will be little to no impact on the adjacent lands. The site currently conforms to the regional Waterloo official plan. The site is currently designated as protected countryside. However, the recycling depot was already in operation when the designation was assigned and is considered as legal. The site currently conforms to the Township of Wilmot official plan. The expansion may be permitted through section 3.7.1 of the official plan, which states that intensification of existing industrial uses may be permitted within the limits of an existing property. The proposed expansion and related zoning bylaw amendments are appropriate for the property and represent good planning as it implements the provincial, regional, and local municipal planning direction regarding appropriate, effective, and efficient growth and development. The expansion to Dundee Recycling is important, as the operation helps to facilitate and promote reduction, reuse, and recycling. As the population in the region of Waterloo continues to grow at a rapid pace, the importance of providing safe outlet for recycling materials is paramount. To address a couple of the earlier concerns with regards to leakage off-site or anything like that, when this is constructed, all metals that come to site have to meet a certain criteria. I don't know the terminology, I'm sorry about that. But ultimately, the recycled material is coming in clean. Like if cars are on site, they have to meet a certain criteria. Materials that are removed or recycled or being torn apart are done on top of a concrete pad that is impermeable. This allows that there's a containment system in process, and the expansion grounds will be further implement that same policies as were done in the first phases. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the mayor. Thanks, Mr. Head, for your delegation. Just wanted to, you kind of addressed it already, but the issue with the water, can you just confirm again, just because I'm trying to wrap my head around the studies that were done as well. So anything that's recycled on the concrete pad, rain happens, runoff happens, so it goes to a basin around it or something like that?
Yeah, there's a catch. There's a full system involved in this, right? So it's a great big concrete pad that is constructed. It has oil and grit separators and containment. So anything that goes through it has to be treated, right? And monitoring is done on these wells to ensure. We actually just completed updating the monitoring system in the past couple of years when we started this process. The ministry is going to mandate this. The regional Waterloo is going to mandate that this is going to be required. You know, all the protection levels are going to be check boxes. This is, you know, we're dealing with a metal recycling factory in sense, and there's going to be strict regulations. Nobody wants to contaminate anything, including Dundee, because their water and their wells are on that property.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's where some of the anxiety was coming from. So it's great to hear that layer. One of the other comments I have is, and I'm not sure if this is for you or for Wilmot Township staff, but will this be sent to the NFU and the OFA for review?
Peter Armstrong, no, we would not be circulating those as they're not prescribed agencies.
Okay. And that is it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I want to thank the delegation as well for your presentation. I know that Dundee Recycling is a service that's used by a lot of the community. And speaking as a farmer, we use it a lot. We're, you know, to clean up our fence rows, and a lot of the rural area bush at the back of the farm has been used as a dump of sorts for many decades. And many of us farmers are trying to clean that up, and Dundee Recycling certainly offers a valuable service in doing that. I noticed that the square footage essentially of this expansion roughly doubles, or slightly more than doubles, the total area Will that double or more than double the capacity? Or are there other types of recycling that are going to be added?
Well, a couple of things that helped increase the size and stuff like that. We wanted to leave the tree row that was existing. We wanted to give it time and growth, right? So that's part of it. Installation of new septic bed, all those things take away space. We had that bring it up to site plan standards, so we need additional parking and things like that. The sight lines on the current site are quite tight. Mr. Croft had given me direction that he really wants to spread it out so that it's safety for his employees as well as the people who are driving around there, so that there's greater safety lines or sight lines on the property, so that it just enhances the safety of it. So it does seem a little bit like it is a large site, but the stockpiles are probably like, if the regional water is going to expand, we're expecting to expand in business as well. That is probably it in a nutshell. But because of the size, meeting site plan standards, as well as all the different upgrades, they whittle away at the property as well. I hope that answered it.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any further questions. Are there any other delegation who wish to comment on this matter? I'll ask a second and last time if there are any delegations present who wish to comment on this matter. Seeing none, I declare the public meeting closed. And have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
That report DS 2022-006 be received for information.
A mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hallman, second by Councillor Fanning. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for attending. So we have no presentations. We're now into the consent agenda. If members of council have any questions and want to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate so now, as we will not take questions on consent items unless the items are requested to be removed from the regular agenda. Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'd like to just have I'd like a question for 11.1 DS 2022-008, please.
Okay. That will be removed. Councillor Hallman.
Thanks for the merit to be an absolute pain in the butt and save me from hopping to another computer. Can I have the clerk quick notify us as to which items are on the consent agenda, and then I can see if any of my questions for different reports are part of that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So report number ILS 2022-03, which is about a committee resignation. ILS 2022-04, which is the fourth quarter activity report. Public Works 2022-05, fourth quarter 2021 operations activity report. Castle Kilbride 2022-01, Castle Kilbride quarterly report. And report number FD 2022-02, fourth quarter activity report for the fire department.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mitholtz. So I'm going to ask for Public Works 2022-05 to be removed as well.
Have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
That reports number ILS 2022-03, ILS 2022-04, CK 2022-001, and FD 2022-02 be approved.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Hey? Yeah, there was. Yeah. It was moved by Councillor Hallman and Councillor Fenning. That's okay. Okay. So we'll go to the ones that were. Okay. All right, we'll start with the first one that was taken out, the building code, DS 2022-008. That was go ahead, Councillor Gordick, and ask your question.
Thank you. This is more just for clarification for me, gentlemen. I'm not sure if it'll be Mr. Okrafka or Mr. Martin, or I'm not sure if Mr. Gerber is on because I can't see everybody. So it says on the report that there was 0 units demolished for 2021, and I'm fine with that. I mean, but I thought there was a house that was torn down and rebuilt on Hayesville, or in the village of Hayesville. So I'm just kind of wondering if that's classified as a demolition and a new house build, or I just wanted more of a clarification, or maybe the house was built and maybe I missed something. So I'm just asking for clarification, please.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong.
Go ahead.
Councillor Gordick. The stats presented there are the month of December. The year to date is the bottom section. It doesn't identify the total number of demolitions for the year. The section you're referring to for 2021 is only for the month of December. So there was no units demolished in December. We do post these stats monthly to the township website. So you would be able to look at the stats month by month. And if you wanted, we could send you the complete set of 12 stats. But that is only the month of December on that page.
Okay. Thank you. And we need a recommendation read for this.
That report, number DS 2022-008, be received for information.
Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Councillor Hallman, your comment or question on PW 2022-05.
Thanks for the Mayor. Mr. Mullen-Hughes, just got a question from the public asking if the report, they've noted that the report is missing operations on the township's pit. And if when we'll be getting that report from council that was asked in the last budget process. So just wondering if you can comment on that.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, is this in reference to the operational review in terms of pit operations? Yeah, so just in terms of the area summarized in this report, what we tried to focus on in this report and the information included was the activities that took place in the quarter. So that's why gravel pit operations would have been not included with this listing. In terms of reporting back on gravel pit operations, we did actually look at a material review. I believe it was actually the course of last year in terms of the pit and materials that were left. And we've kind of been going through a process right now just with budget season, whether or not we look at sourcing material through our pit any longer, or if we're going to look at purchasing it from another pit location. So we're not ready to report back on anything at this point. Certainly when it is appropriate and we can bring something back, we would be looking to do so. However, I don't have a timeline on that right now.
And just a follow-up. So just to be clear, then the answer back, just if they're not tuning in, is that there was no activity happening during the reporting period of this time. So therefore that's why it was not included in the report.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And the next one, just to make sure I'm articulating this back correctly again, is that at this time, your department is currently in review of the township's pit and is not able to report back to council or the public at this time.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Clerk, read the recommendation, please.
That the Public Works and Engineering Operations fourth quarter activity report for the months of October, November, and December be received for information.
That is moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Gordick, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And the next item is from Development Services.
Thank you, Mayor
Go ahead.
Armstrong.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. This application deals with zoning amendment on Brubaker Street by Lav Developments. The property was previously subject to a public meeting last year in February. Since that time, there's been a number of studies that have been completed or ongoing with respect to servicing and the land needs for the current proposal. And council is aware, also in discussions about a generous donation of land that would see open space area donated to the township, and which would also in turn facilitate some needs for this site in terms of access and parking provisions, and also room for stormwater management. The sketch that's attached to the report depicts that discussion in a little more detail, showing the proposed 22 units, as well as land that ultimately could be conveyed to this development to provide room for stormwater management and parking provisions. The zoning itself deals with increasing the density from what's currently permitted on the property from 12 units to 22, and proposes a number of reductions in setbacks to facilitate back-to-back townhomes, as opposed to the single row of freehold townhomes that were previously proposed for the property. So the applicants indicated that they wish to increase the density of development to increase the options for affordability, and to make the development more feasible because of the servicing extensions required. So this development would see services extended from Snyder's Road up Brubaker Street to service this development, and ultimately to keep costs of units down. The more units that are able to be constructed on the property facilitates that the opportunity to increase affordability options. Ultimately, through the original public meeting and through the circulation of this application, staff didn't receive any concerns or comments from any members of the public. Ultimately, if the land is conveyed as was accepted by council previously, the site plan control provisions would assure that stormwater management, site servicing, and road improvements are all dealt with prior to development. Should the lands not be conveyed, the zoning still remains in place to allow for the 12 units on this property, as was previously proposed. I'll leave my comments at that. If there's any questions, I can certainly answer them.
Thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thanks through the mayor. Just wanted to ask about the adjacent wetland. So with, for example, like salt runoff in the parking lot that would happen, that would go there. What mitigation strategies will take place for that?
Through Mayor Armstrong, so the applicants have done some preliminary stormwater management analysis, and they've engaged the Grand River Conservation Authority to ensure that both the location and then ultimately quality and quantity control measures would be implemented through that review. So both from the township standpoint and then and certainly from a GRCA standpoint, that ensure that those pre-equals post and quality and quantity control measures are implemented through stormwater management. So salt runoff heading from a parking lot to the storm ponds are designed to basically for both quantity and in this case quality control, to ensure that the runoff isn't problematic for the adjacent wetland areas, and GRCA would be involved in that review to ensure that they are satisfied that those concerns are addressed.
Another question, Mayor.
Right.
So with significant wildlife and just other things with more people living so close to it, will there be any other strategies put in place to make sure that there's not like weed mitigation, things that will interrupt? I'm just wondering what other policies that we can put in place to just ensure that it's protected.
Through Mayor Armstrong, so originally when this zoning was implemented at the same time as the timber lane development, there were a number of, there was an EIS prepared and then ultimately was updated through this process as well to look at what the impacts are on the natural environment. And ultimately, both the GRC and the Region of Waterloo were satisfied that the proposed development limits wouldn't be of impact. So, those concerns and comments were addressed through that the review of this application in order for it to get to this stage. So, we would generally defer to the experts both at the region and GRCA for related matters to, the natural environment, and those agencies have indicated that they're satisfied with what's been proposed.
Sorry, another question, Mayor. Is it possible to have it circulated to Ducks Unlimited, for example? Because I know their investment into, looking out for wetlands and I just in my conscience, I just feel that just what other layers are there possible just to make sure that there's no harm caused?
Through Mayor Armstrong, staff would certainly suggest that all the layers required, the levels of protection in place, and the measures that the provincial policy statement basically directs policies at the regional level, and basically to determine what the impacts are or not and what studies are required. So anything that's prescribed by the Planning Act has been addressed. Certainly, circulating to agencies that aren't prescribed is not something that we would adopt as a process through the planning and development application process. We defer to the agencies that have the expertise to review these, and certainly if they felt necessary to engage third-party comments, they would have the opportunity to do that. But ultimately, our goal through the process is to ensure that the agencies with expertise and the ones that are prescribed through the planning process are engaged, and we did have them review and comment on the applications and are satisfied with what we've heard from them.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. So looking at what's proposed here, it looks like there's intent to remove a lot of trees for this development. Is there an idea of how many trees that would be?
Through Mayor Strong, there isn't significant tree removal. Actually, the majority of the kind of open space area ultimately was proposed to be in township ownership to provide that kind of protection. I don't know. I know that the applicant's consultant is on. They may have a better idea of specific numbers, but certainly the intent of the development was to mitigate the impact on the adjacent natural area and woodland or meadow features. And one of the most significant ways to ensure that protection is actually municipal ownership, which is something that's quite potentially going to happen in this location. As you recall, council accepted, subject to conditions, accepted that donation of land, and that's really the area that we're speaking about. Primarily adjacent to the development land would be in municipal ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Mr. Martin. I'm not very good at reading plans. I don't understand all of the little indications, so forgive me for my ignorance on this, but are there any sidewalks that are going to be implemented with regards to that building so that people, when they leave, can walk around? And I just wanted to sort of have a rough idea if there'll be like some sort of walkway for people to get around on that, because I can't tell from the drawing.
Yeah, through your Armstrong, there are two walking corridors proposed. So through the reconstruction or paving and servicing extensions up Brubaker Street, either a sidewalk or potentially a wider pathway, depending on the engineering, would be constructed from Snyder's Road up to the development. So it is shown on there. It's kind of hard to tell, but beside, there's a double line along the edge of Brubaker Street, and then you see a wider kind of strip beside that. That represents the sidewalk and or trail. So it would come up, and then it is behind kind of the rear of the units, as well as along the frontage of the units on the kind of the Brubaker Street facing units, as well as the rear facing units. So in that case, I think it shows a CSWs, a concrete sidewalk, I guess, is identified on that part of the plan. So yes, ultimately there's walking connections for both facing units of the back-to-back townhomes, and also providing a pedestrian connection to Snyder's Road.
And a follow-up, Mayor, please. Just following up on what Councillor Hallman suggested with regards to the wetlands, and I understand that the agencies that we deal with are part of what's already in the official plan, but currently we do know that the current government is, getting rid of a lot of our EPA protections. So it kind of makes me wonder if we're doing enough. I understand that there's part of our agencies that are there, but isn't there more that we can do just because that's what the provincial standards are? Just because our current government is getting rid of EPA regulations, doesn't it behoove us to do better, especially as we've signed on by 50 by 30? And the protection of the wetlands and the species and the environment there, I think it's on us to take care of it, regardless of what the agencies that are regulated by us. I'm just wondering what we as a township should do or could do, and we could be doing better with regards to that.
Through Armstrong, I'll provide some comment on that. The ongoing reviews and changes to regulations, I wouldn't speak to at this point, but ultimately with respect to this application, I'd say that there has been significant study completed to date to look at the impacts on the natural area, the wetland. Like there was an environmental impact study that was completed to look at this development, the original proposal that was approved along with Timberlane, and then along this current development as well. We would defer to the Grand River Conservation Authority. That's really their mandate to look at the impact and on wetlands and all matters of conservation. So we do feel that the people that are charged with the task of protecting those features and reviewing those features have been engaged in this process, and ultimately we wouldn't turn to anyone else to review that other than the Grand River Conservation Authority. So, from a staff perspective, certainly the studies, have been completed, and we would suggest that GRCA is the body that should be reviewing, commenting on it, and we do feel comfortable that those matters have been addressed.
And finally, with regards to the tree follow-up, Mr. Mayor, the tree canopy, will the township or the developer, do we know if they've been in touch with Let's Tree Wilmot with regards to native species being planted or any of those kind of things for the replacement trees that are going to be taken down?
Through Armstrong, that level of detail with respect to specific tree removals and where there's potential to replant would come through the site plan control process. So we certainly, wherever possible, we do encourage replanting and boulevard tree planting, and those sorts of comments would come through that site plan control process. That specific level of detail isn't available, as the proposal may change through the detailed engineering, but certainly wherever possible that will occur, and that is something that does occur through that site plan control process. We don't specifically at this point engage Let's Tree Wilmot, but we do have policies for tree planting within boulevards, and also planting in open space areas on a site when it can work with the development being proposed.
Okay, thank you. We do have a registered delegation. Emily and Kyle Stabler.
Hi, can everybody hear us?
Yes, welcome. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So we own the property across the street from this proposed development. We purchased it in May of this year and moved in July. We have actually met some of you counselors. I was actually surprised to give the opportunity to even be able to speak on this, as you had suggested when we met you in person that your decision had essentially already been made. I do have some questions about the proposed demographic of the units. You know, are they rentals, freehold townhomes? What is the plan? As well as the impact on our property. You know, we have well water, as they have to bring all of the, you know, sewage and water up to this development. It's quite obvious that we obviously don't have access to that. So we have well water. What is the impact on our property from this? We have a very old home. It's a well-known fact that foundations of old homes are vulnerable to water leakage. Has this been addressed? Has anybody taken into consideration the existing properties at all? Councillor Hallman, to answer your question about the trees, there actually have been a significant amount of trees removed since we moved here. I read in this planning justification report that it is suggested that they do a nest survey prior to taking down any trees. However, just a month ago, they were in here cutting down several trees. I'm not aware if they've done this nest survey or not, but I would be interested to know that. You know, I think we have to look at the quality of life of the residents of Vesper Springs Manors. They utilize this street all the time because it's quiet and it's safe. And a lot of them have, you know, they've expressed some distaste to what is happening here. I'd also like to know how they plan on bringing this infrastructure up here. As you probably know, this is a dead-end road. This is the only way that we can access our home. So are we ripping up Brubaker from Snyder all the way up to our home? And then what are the implications of that if we need emergency services? All of these things, I think, need to be considered about the current residents of this street as well. The justification report that was provided is really kind of stretching the truth. While I can understand that the township wants to grow this area and grow our population, you know, they claim that the development integrates with the existing neighborhood style. However, it does not. They state that it's near, you know, that it's going to be a complete community and that it's close to transportation that will take them into employment and cities. However, we don't have any transportation services on the weekends. So these are all things that I think that need to be considered. That is a large amount of homes in a small property. I mean, we have one house and a garage on our property, and this property is marginally larger than ours, and they want to put 22 units on it with a road and sidewalks. So I think that the 12 units is completely feasible. I think that 22 units is quite extreme. I also think that you as a township needs to realize that it's not your responsibility to take on the financial burden of this developer. I understand that he's local and that he's, you know, obviously provided a lot of money to this township, but he made this purchase in 2018. If the project wasn't feasible in 2018, if it was feasible in 2018, it certainly wouldn't have been feasible in 2020. I mean, we need to look at the fact that he took on a project that he knew wasn't feasible, and now he's trying to push the boundaries. We've already made allocations to this. We've already changed things for him. So I just want you to, you know, look at everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Just Clerk can read the recommendation.
The council approves zone change application 01/21 made by LAV Developments Inc., affecting part of lot 14 concession north of Snyder's Road, being part 1, plan 58R-19065, to amend the zoning of the property as follows. Increase the maximum number of units from 12 to 22. 2, reduce the required front yard setback from 7.6 meters to 6.6 meters. 3, reduce the required exterior side yard setback from 6.0 meters to 3.3 meters. 4, reduce the required parking from 3 spaces per unit to 2.3 spaces per unit. And 5, reduce the required depth of an exterior parking space from 6.0 meters to 5.5 meters, that a holding provision bracket H be applied to the property requiring sanitary sewer infrastructure capacity to be confirmed at the satisfaction of the township prior to development.
Thank you. And that is moved by Councillor Fanning, Councillor Fisher. Are there any questions? Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I actually was hoping to ask the proponent a couple questions, if that's possible.
It should be. They're available. So if Louise and Caitlin wish to, or either or, come forward. Welcome, Caitlin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and Council. My name is Caitlin Port. I'm an associate with MHBC Planning representing Lab Development. Louis should be here as well. So we're both able to answer any questions that you may have for us. We'll do our best at least.
Thank you. I mean, there have been a few concerns raised, and I was wondering if you had any comments to any said, if you wanted to say anything about that. And I also was wondering if there is an opportunity perhaps to speak to what is intended with these units. When we're looking at smaller units, packing more of them in, that increase in density, what's going to be the impact and to how the units are marketed? Are these intended to be single bedroom units, 2-bedroom units? What's the thinking here? And you know, in our community, we have a severe housing shortage, and most especially in an entry level or rental type of accommodation. And, you know, so when we're looking at making accommodations here, what assurance can we have as a community that this is going to serve those needs?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Fanning. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I think the market questions are probably best answered by Louis. However, before we get to that, if you wanted, I could provide a little bit more information on some of the environmental questions that were raised. I'm not sure if I'm able to share my screen or not. I think so. Oh, no. As Andrew mentioned, there was an environmental impact study completed in 2012. And then as part of this zone change application, we did complete an update to that environmental impact study. And that environmental impact study identified a number of specific recommendations. I think there are about 9 or 10 of them in total. And those recommendations can be implemented through the site plan process that will follow the zone change application. And there are a number of specific recommendations that I think might address some of the comments that were raised. And I'll just read out a couple of them. One of the recommendations is to install a tree and shrub enhancement plantings along the roadways and between the development and the deciduous woodland. And this will be undertaken in order to mitigate some of the increased impervious surfaces and help provide a buffer between the development and the woodland. There's a recommendation to install fencing along the natural feature, that woodland and wetland to the south, to reduce potential encroachment from some of the residents that might live in this development. And then lastly, there were a number of recommendations. I'm just highlighting a couple of the key ones. There was also a recommendation that a brochure or a handout, I guess you would call it, like an educational handout, be developed that talks about the adjacent natural heritage feature, and that would be provided to the residents when they move in. So there were a number of recommendations that we can look at incorporating through the site plan process to help address some of those environmental concerns that a number of the councillors raised. And then in terms of the market questions, I think that's a question I'd like to direct to Louis, if he's able to unmute and answer that question, provide a little bit more information.
Okay, Louis, if you're.
Pardon me, if Louis, you are there, if you are able to unmute yourself, you would be able to address council. Are you able to do that?
We have sent Louis an unmute request numerous times. He should see that on his screen.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Perhaps if council wishes, if he's unable to respond to this question at this time due to some technical difficulties, which is what my guess is here, perhaps those questions can be provided either after or in writing, or perhaps if he is able to communicate with Ms. Port at this time for her to read out a response, that might be an alternative. To avoid this lovely silence that we are all experiencing here through no fault of anyone's, but we'll see if we can maybe get the question answered in another way.
I can take a bit of a stab at it as well. It's just Louis is the developer and the vision for this project, but just by nature of the units, they will be more market entry level units. They'll be smaller units rather than your single detached dwelling. And we're likely to pursue development in the form of a condo application, vacant lot condo application, which is similar to Louis' other development on 300 Schneider's Road. So if you want an example of the type of product that lab development builds, you just need to take a little road trip down the road and take a look at the great job that he's done at 300 Schneider's Road. And again, those were smaller units and therefore a lower price point. I believe that those units were targeted to retirees, and these 22 units would likely be targeted to first-time home buyers and likely around that price point. So hopefully I didn't say anything incorrect there, and that provides a little bit more information to council.
So is that a satisfactory answer?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry that Louis wasn't able to join us. Hopefully we can hear from him. And I look forward to hearing more about his vision.
I hope I didn't commit him to anything he wasn't planning on building.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, we have since received a communication from Mr. Vinistra that he is experiencing technical issues, unfortunately. So hopefully those can get rectified soon.
Did he indicate that Caitlin's response? Did he hear Caitlin's response on his behalf? Did he indicate that she spoke well on his behalf?
No, through you, Mayor Armstrong, that was not noted.
Okay, but I'm sure she did a good job, and he'll be so pleased. Anyway,
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong.
Any other questions for Caitlin? Okay. So we'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate your coming along. Thank you. And thank you to Emily for being here as well. Thank you. So our next item is from Parks and Recreation, special events applications. Ms. Okrafka.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, we would like to present you today with a new special events guidelines and application process that has truly been a collaborative effort among all departments within the township. Staff from Information and Legislative Services and Parks, Facilities and Recreation Services began working on the application and guidelines and have met several times jointly with all departments to ensure that all requirements for special events are addressed within the application and guidelines. Staff have also consulted with Waterloo Region Municipal Insurance Pool and Waterloo Region Police Services, who also provided pertinent input on the application and guidelines. Our anticipation is that as we begin to recover from the pandemic, there will be a great interest in hosting special events within our community, and the application and guidelines are intended to guide the event planner through the process. Historically, event organizers dealt independently with each municipal department to obtain permits and permissions. Of great benefit to the event planner is that the implementation of the guidelines and application will streamline the process, as they do not have to visit several departments to fulfill the requirements of the event. Depending on the type of event, a lead department will be determined and will involve other departments as required to provide one point of contact for the event planner. The township's interests are also protected by way of the application, as it ensures that the details do not get missed, as applications will be circulated and signed off by all departments when the application is submitted and approved. The staff report and guidelines provide details on what events would fall under the new guidelines, and a new email has been set up for questions and submission of applications. The new guideline has been posted on the township website for immediate use, and we look forward to working through the new process for 2022 events, and staff are happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Krafka. The clerk read the recommendation, please.
That report PFRS 2022-004, as prepared by the Manager of Community Services regarding the special events application and guidelines, be received for information purposes.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Fenning. And we have questions from Mr. First, we'll start with Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Great idea. I know all our times putting together Corn Fest, it was certainly, we had to reach out to this department, to the roads, and then reach out to information services, and it just this really streamlines it, and I'm really happy about this. The one question I have is, will there be a cost just for filling out the application?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, there has not been a cost associated with filling in of the application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm just going to go down my list of questions that I received from people in the community. So let's start with, does this mean there's no more tackle football at our field at WO? Apparently in the report, it mentions no tackling or something at events.
Through the mayor, I'll take that one. That was information that was received through our insurance pool, is likely the language that they're referring to. But any activities that occur during school time on school property would be not applicable to this. And this is about special events, not about normal use of sports field.
Thanks. Next question is, would the organizers from the New Dundee Board of Trade for the Remembrance Day be required to do this? Normally they deal directly with the region, but because it's happening at the Memorial Gates in New Dundee, would they need to also apply for this?
I'll take that one too. Through the mayor, we will be working with each of the groups who are organizing events to determine whether or not the process is required for their events. So what we would suggest is that they reach out to the new email address, special event, Manny, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's specialevents@wilmot.ca. And then they can ask those questions, and then we'll go through the process with them to determine whether or not they would need to go through the CERT process.
Manny, sorry, follow up through the mayor. Since this question is coming now and you obviously have a connection with them, do you want to follow up with them with this question since it was brought up?
Absolutely, I'd be happy
Perfect.
to.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one was through the Women's Institute in New Dundee, wanting clarification on if they would need this for music at the park. So if you can follow up with them too, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Ms. Jackson and Ms. Okrafka with regards to putting in the Santa Claus, the CLAUSE. One of the things that, as Councillor Fisher mentioned, is that sometimes it can be daunting to try and figure out who to go to. And there was one year when I was running the Santa Claus parade that it almost got missed because I didn't realize I needed to reach out to the region to close down Peel Street and Huron. Thankfully, thank you for your cooperation and making an amendment to the form when it comes out so that people will know that they need to reach out to the region for some of those road closures. So thanks for that.
Streamlining is always appreciated. So we call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next item is correspondence. What's that? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I missed it. Sorry. So we have a report there for the wetlands update. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad you didn't skip me. This is a really good one. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Armstrong and members of council. This report provides an update to council on the progress of the Mike Scout Wetlands Preserve, which is being developed by the Scout Corporation through a generous community investment, as you're all aware. As outlined in the previous staff reports that were prepared by Mr. Okrafka, who's on the screen now, and Mr. Kelly, who's also on the screen. We've been working closely with the Scout Corporation and Mike Scout with respect to this legacy project and his vision of renaturalizing this beautiful 55-acre property owned by the township. So with the assistance of the designer, Mr. Phil Holtz, and through the permits issued by GRCA, there's been over 4,000 trees planted to date. That number might even be low. And that included a planting that occurred in November with Let's Tree Wilmot. We've also had a donation from the KW, KW Hydro for 4 45-foot cedar poles that will be the home for future heron and osprey. And we're looking at installing those hopefully before the ground thaws. And we've also really looking forward to the next step of the 1.5 kilometer boardwalk that will be developed. They've also been very busy digging the actual wetland ponds on the property, and it's looking quite spectacular already. So within this update, we're really pleased that the development of the design that you saw previously is moving forward, and we hope to see some activity with respect to the boardwalk early in 2022. And in addition, this report also includes an agreement between the Scout Corporation and the township that confirms the naming rights of the wetlands in perpetuity for this project. And we're really pleased to have this agreement brought forward tonight so that council can sort of stamp the approval on the project that's been brought forward by Mr. Scout and his generosity. So we'd be happy to answer any questions at this time that council might have with respect to the agreement or the update on the progress within the wetlands. Thank you.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the mayor. I'm very thankful for this project. It's amazing, and I love experiencing the similar project at the Huron National Area in Kitchener. Over the last 2 years, I've committed to doing a lot of work on reconciliation and taking that lens through equity and diversity and trying to bring it to every decision I make in this virtual horseshoe for the last 2 years anyway. So with this said, this gives an opportunity for us to have an important conversation about engagement with naming rights. And it's important to me that, you know, when this comes up now and bringing this to mind, that perhaps we should have it circulated through the ARAWG, the Anti-Racism Advisory Working Group of Waterloo Region, and local Indigenous groups. I don't foresee there being anything, but I think it shows us taking that next step and active work just to make sure we're engaging the right people, asking the right questions, and going forward. I would also ask support from council that we give a directive to staff to create a policy on naming rights going forward. So actually I'm hoping that Ms. Chambers may unmute to just to comment if she's in support of my request of that directive, and then perhaps we can get consensus from council if they are in support of my request.
Thank you, Councillor Hallman, and through you, Mayor Armstrong. With respect to this project, I think it's well underway, and you know, through the generous donation of Mr. Scout, you know, this was part of the agreed terms in moving this project forward. I know that you had spoken to me about the desire to have a naming policy, and that is certainly something that staff can take away. And again, in terms of community engagement, I think that is, you know, an excellent suggestion as we discussed tonight through our community engagement and communication strategy. We will be looking at consulting with all types of marginalized groups in the future on many of council's decisions. So that's something that can certainly be brought forward through that process as well.
Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm understanding where Councillor Hallman's coming from, and I agree with her in principle, is that the last couple of years have shown us that we didn't have enough public engagement. And so I can appreciate the concerns that we have with regards to naming something, especially if it's going to be a forever name. I think what I would like to see, going back to what Ms. Chambers had said, is that I think we need to perhaps have a conversation before it comes to council, so that these kind of conversations can be maybe perhaps avoided with regards to that kind of thing. It didn't really give us enough time to even ask the questions really with regards to putting a name. And I understand that this was part of the original agreement from before, but things have changed in the last couple of years with regards to the fact that we didn't include our community with regards to the Prime Minister's path and other initiatives within our community. So I'm just wanting to at least acknowledge that engagement shouldn't just happen within 2 days, and that naming something in perpetuity is a big thing. So as part of that policy that Ms. Chambers, we can work towards, I think that council shouldn't be, I don't think it should be brought up at a council meeting for us to discuss in a way that might be seen as being aggressive or not appreciative of Mr. Scout and the Scout Corporation. So that's just my take on the situation for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify that council approved the naming several reports ago. I'm not sure of the actual date of that. So the naming of the Mike Scout Wetlands Preserve was approved quite a long time ago. This is just the agreement to solidify that naming so that it's on record. So for this particular report, I would agree with CAO Ms. Chambers that it's not really something that would be suitable to debate at this time, simply because the commitment financially is already there. This is in recognition of that kind of that financial commitment, and a naming policy for future projects is absolutely an incredibly important thing moving forward. But because of the monetary contribution from Mr. Scout and his full dedication to this, I feel that this is the consultation was not intended to just be a 2-day. It was something that was pre-approved by council. So just wanted to clarify that, if that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Councillor Hallman.
Thanks for the clarification there, Ms. Jackson. So just to make it clear, so when these, we can unpack the process. So am I clear in that? So staff is going to review, undertaking a policy going forward with naming of anything. Okay, and then so second, just looking to clarify that. So when an agreement like this comes, what I'm saying is that before it comes to council, will it be part of that policy to have it reviewed by the Anti-Racism Advisory Working Group and now I'm having a, oh yes, of course, and local Indigenous organizations, probably the same organizations that you already reach out to through the public, through Public Works and through Development Services, that after that's done, similar to when other planning aspects where it goes to the GRCA, that then it would come to council. Just looking for a thumbs up that I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. I see Ms. Chambers has her hand up to reply.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I think we've taken your comments away tonight, and as we develop the policy, we can certainly apply that lens, and there will be plenty of opportunity for council feedback into a policy when it does come to the table. So thank you for your comments, and we can certainly take them away and work on them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate what Ms. Jackson said there. This project wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for the vision of Mike Scout, for the financial contributions from Mike Scout. To me, it's a no-brainer that it should be named that, but I understand what you're saying there, Councillor Hallman, and probably it's something we should be talking about a little further on down the road for other naming projects.
Okay. Guess you can read the recommendation now.
That report PFRS 2022-03 regarding the Mike Scout Wetlands Preserve Update and Scout Corporation Land Access and Naming Rights Agreement be received for information purposes, and that the agreement between the Township of Wilmot and Scout Corporation be endorsed.
Just point of procedure. I'm just noticing that Councillor Fenning had her hand up, so I don't want to go any further until she's been addressed.
Yep. Oh, I see it. Go ahead, Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I absolutely support creating a policy that's going to, help us make good decisions about naming in the future. But I also absolutely support accepting this agreement with Mike Scout because, beyond the money, it's obviously we're very grateful for that investment, but it was his vision. He brought that vision to us as a community. He has given that vision and his passion in fulfilling that vision in many more ways than just cash. So I think that it is absolutely warranted to stand by the decision that we made nearly 2 years ago.
Very good. Thank you. So I have a mover and a seconder for that recommendation. Councillor Garrett, Councillor Fanning, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next is the correspondence. If does any member of council request a piece of correspondence to be removed from the motion for separate discussion and consideration? Seeing none, the clerk can read the recommendation, please.
That correspondence items 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 13.8, and 13.9 be received for information.
Have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is the bylaws. That's clerk to read the recommendation.
That bylaw numbers 2022-06, 2022-08, and 2022-07 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council.
A mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Fanning, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are there any notice of motions? Announcements? Councillor Hallman?
I just have two. I know that one was covered in the media quite well, but the vaccine clinic that happened in New Dundee, I did just want to mention how great it was that the nurses also gave their time who participated there. So my thanks to Maureen and to the healthcare providers who made that all possible. And my other comment for this evening, is a prepared statement. Many streets in our community are named after those who fought for our freedoms and rights. Every single right in Canada's charter was meticulously crafted to ensure each of us have a voice and to never again see the world oppressed by tyranny of one of the few under the symbols of hate. The Canadian flag is an icon for freedom around the planet. Yet, it is seen equally as a symbol of a young nation that is still working in progress. For me, it's a symbol of peace, hope, and promise, of always striving to do and be better. It is very distressing to me to see the Canadian flag be burned, decorated with symbols of hate, displayed upside down, alongside flags that symbolize support for slavery. Equally as disturbing is the cultural appropriation of First Nations ceremonial items and the sacredness of their ceremonies that has been witnessed in our nation's capital. It's my hope that each of us around this horseshoe and across the region join me in condemning these actions of harmful stereotypes in the strongest terms, as well as denouncing the racism, anti-Semitism that has also been on display. Recent violent and racist online threats toward a local anti-racism educator and business owner, Salem Debs, and her family is so disturbing. Harassment, hate, and vitriol of racist nature is intolerable, and racist extremist beliefs have no place in Canada, in Waterloo region, or in our township. This isn't a that's an over there or an over here city problem. We have witnessed intimidation and threats toward our own community members by those infected with hateful racist extremist views. I ask that we all remain vigilant and continue to work toward fostering a healthy, inclusive, and prosperous community and country that we're all proud of for our children and for all who fought for our freedoms and rights.
Thank you. Now I have a statement to council having to do with, over the past quarter, I attended a Waterloo Regional Crime Prevention Council meeting with guest speaker Megan Henry. Megan is the former chief of the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation and well-respected and knowledgeable member of the local Indigenous community. Over the past number of months, I've continued to talk with members of the Indigenous community, including several members of my own family. In hearing from Megan and speaking with other members of the Indigenous community, I have gained a deeper understanding of our complex history as a nation and understanding that we must continue to listen and learn from one another and move forward to a brighter future. In addition to listening and learning from members of the Indigenous community, I've been actively participating in programs across the region associated with Black History Month. February is Black History Month, and this year's theme is February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. Our staff have also added a number of links to our website and resources to help me and members of the community to recognize and celebrate Black history in Canada. As everyone is aware, a number of protests were held throughout the region. I stand alongside my fellow municipal leaders across the region in stating that regardless of what citizens are protesting, there is never an excuse for hate-filled symbols, words, or actions. I want to clearly state that I condemn these actions, and I ask all who participate in such protests to do so in a respectful manner that does not bring harm to others. On the brighter note, last week our region announced the hiring of Fazouza Beg as the organization's first director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. In this role, Fazuzah will work alongside staff and community leaders to improve equity and innovate the way the region works with communities to listen, learn, act, and collaborate in community input. I have learned a great deal over the past quarter. I recognize that my learning and all of our learning must continue. Thank you. Councillor Hallman, go ahead.
Just wanted to pass on my thanks for that, Mayor Armstrong. It's great to hear the work that you're committed to doing.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so
Mayor,
up there.
Mayor, I
Oh,
believe Councillor Fenning has
yeah.
her hand up.
I see that. Councillor Fenning, you have to paint your back wall there a different color because your hand disappears into it. So you may go ahead.
Maybe in the future, I'll just wave both my hands. Sorry about that. I'll work on the background. I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciate your statement, standing against symbols of hate being used. It's absolutely critical. And thank you for speaking and saying that on behalf of our community. I really appreciate it. And I echo every word.
Thank you. It's important people know how we think out here and that we don't think the way those people do. That's absolutely for sure. Okay, if there are no other announcements, then the clerk will read a recommendation for us to go back into the ad hoc budget.
Yes, that council defer the remaining proceedings of this regular council meeting until the conclusion of the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting.
It's moved by Councillor Gordick and seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? Thank you. We take a 5-minute break to before we proceed. That's one way to make friends, I guess. It's moved by Councillor Gordick and seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? Thank you. All right, welcome back to our ad hoc budget committee meeting. And we're right at a very crucial spot here where we're looking at the 10-year capital forecast. So, Mr. Kelly.
Do you want the clerk to read the motion first, or did she already do that?
No, we'll read the motion after your
okay.
After your highlight.
Sure, no problem. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report outlines the updated 10-year capital forecast. As committee members are aware, this forecast is a living document that's updated annually. Those updates are generally the result of senior government funding programs, updated needs studies and analysis, resource availability, legislative requirements, or inflationary impacts on pricing. For convenience, projects are color-coded for the benefit of readers, with red indicating new initiatives, green indicating a change in prices, blue indicating a change in timing, and purple indicating multiple changes. Under the township's new leadership, we're continually strengthening our focus on the core mandates of Wilmot Township and the strategic priorities brought forth through the strategic planning process. This updated forecast continues our concerted efforts towards aligning the capital forecast with our long-term asset management efforts. This year, with the leadership of our asset management coordinator and internal asset management working group, we've moved further along our asset management journey to include risk and criticality modeling, life cycle strategies, and levels of service, with the 22 program focused on defining a fleet management or fleet replacement strategy and an update of our asset management plan for core infrastructure. This iteration of the forecast has been updated to reflect growth-related projects as identified in the council-approved DC background study. In total, nearly $48 million of capital expenditures are funded through development charges over the 10-year horizon. Due to the timing of the collection of DCs, staff will need to explore debt financing strategies, as previously noted in our first report. The 10-year continues to be reliant upon external funding supports to achieve a sustainable program. While the CCBF, Canadian Community Building Fund, formerly known as the Federal Gas Tax, and OSIF funding have been significant commitments from our federal and provincial partners, staff and elected representatives across the province continue to advocate for long-term, stable, reliable, and predictable funding programs, and a shift away from the unpredictability of application-based funding programs. The updated forecast continues to identify a need for debt financing within the long-term forecast. Debt requirements in 2022 for specific strategic initiatives will total $800,000. Throughout the forecast, in the absence of any additional senior government funding programs or other funding sources, staff predict approximately $13.4 million in debt financing requirements, the majority of which would be associated with the building of the third ice pad. As noted under our previous report, staff will be working with an external consulting firm to develop a debt management strategy and ensure long-term debt obligations do not negatively impact our ability to maintain existing operations and providing level of service to the community. All departments are here to attend to any questions from committee, and I want to extend my thanks to my peers on corporate leadership team and members of each department. A lot of time and effort is put into updating this forecast throughout the year and preparing it for council's consideration and endorsement this evening. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Chair Armstrong.
Thank you, sir. The clerk read the recommendation, please.
That the 10-year excuse me, that the 10-year capital forecast be prepared by the Director of Corporate Services / Treasurer be endorsed in principle.
Okay, a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hallman, seconded by Councillor Gordick. Now we entertain some questions. Councillor Hallman, you're starting us off.
I only have one, and it's just a confirmation question. I feel like Patrick was surprised when he just looked that I only had one question.
Sorry, should have my camera off.
It's okay. We all know. Angie has the endless list of questions. It's okay. We've been together for a few years now, we all know. Just looking for clarification that the 5.5 million for the third ice pad would surpass 12 million, and that is a $7.5 million gap. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
That is correct. Yes.
Councillor Fisher.
Do you want, sorry, Mayor Armstrong, do you want to provide a little clarity to that? Just the numbers Councillor Hallman's referring to is the $5 million in development charges that are going towards the project leaves a gap of around $7 million. That's not funded through development charges, and we would be required to debt finance that portion of the project.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Okay. Question for the Director of Public Works and Engineering. I noticed on the hot mix paving program, it has Beck Street, Mill Street to Foundry is going to be done in 2028. But then the page before, under engineering and reconstruction with underground, Beck is on there too for 2030 and 2031.
This will be page 92 and 93 in the agenda package, sir.
Right, yeah.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, we were looking at some reconstruction and underground works there, and there was previously some paving works that were in the budget. What we try to do in this case was consolidate some, but if they were not carried, then they and consolidated in one area, then we did leave it in one area. So it may just be sort of an administrative error in terms of what how it was carried through the budget, but there is plans to do underground work with those streets listed.
Okay, and one more follow-up question, if I could. How do you determine what roads get done when? Is there a formula you use? Like traffic-wise or condition?
Yeah, through you, Chair Armstrong. Generally speaking, from an asset management perspective, there's different methods of work selection in terms of how you might choose to rehabilitate a road or to treat a certain section of road. Typically, we would want to keep our good assets in good condition, and we would want to prioritize based on more or less what roads are used more frequently. That's kind of one way to sort of look at it, but we do have prioritization framework and looking at some of those aspects in terms of how we choose, or how we recommend, I should say, which roads should be, work should be performed on. And we do want to focus our efforts on, like I said, keeping the good roads in good conditions and focus on the ones that do see a lot of traffic. I wouldn't say there's any formula per se right now, but we definitely are working towards that that type of a model. In addition to that, we also like to look at the underground servicing that may also need to be addressed. So there is a bit of a process to look at what's there in the full corridor as well in terms of recommending work, because in some cases we may look at a water main in a section of road that may need replacing, but maybe the road's not at the point where it should be fully addressed. So there's different sort of ways to look at and to choose what type of work is completed, but there is no formula per se. And ideally, we'd like to move towards some pretty clear aspects of prioritization, and that would be for roads, anyways, would be trying to keep them in good condition, a good road in good condition, and also looking at things like use.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Fisher?
Nope, that's good.
Councillor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong. So mine is just a small one. It's on the last page, and this might be directed to museum services. My question is could you just describe what mural restoration program is? And then following up on that, will we be looking at more factual, accurate depictions of our local history with our murals that reflect something before the Europeans got here, as there tends to be more of the sort of current history as opposed to pre-settler history?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Gorley. The murals would be pertaining to inside, like inside Castle Kilbride, for the restoration of the designated murals for interior. To answer your question about the exterior one, so that would be something that Heritage Wilmot can explore. And I know in the past it was raised with the committee, and that'd be something that they can look at to gain further insight. There was, as you know, they finished the New Hammer Grandstand, and they were finishing up some of the other projects, but it certainly is something that could be explored through that committee.
So a follow up then, I understand what you mean by explore, but I just think that we should be a little stronger in our requests with regards to that. Perhaps, as we've already suggested with some of the substantive changes that we've asked for with regards to from the First Peoples Group reports, is having a seat at the table with other people within the community that could impact some of those discussions. So being that we have asked for some of those changes, I'd like to see a little bit more of a consultation with regards to other community members with some of our mural projects and art projects that go on throughout the community. So thank you.
So just as a follow-up, that certainly can be looked at, because the there'll be the mural art policy for the township that I'm still working on, and that was put on pause just because of how things were changing within the township and respect to acknowledging history. So that certainly would be perfect timing, and with the next phase for the consultation. So I think the time would be perfect to explore that. Be happy to.
Councillor Gerber.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Armstrong. Just a couple of questions. The first, I think, would be for Director Kelly. Understanding the long-term sort of debenture plans that you've outlined, just looking at sort of the 2022, that sort of initial 800,000. Any link between the drawdown that we've seen in provincial rural township transfers and just sort of that first plunge that we're taking into this? I mean, I know there's been COVID funding, and I know there's been ways that they've sort of tried to make up for, this draw that we've been getting in that main sort of, 1.2 million we used to get, which is on its way down to, I don't know, 115,000 or something like that. But just any thoughts on that?
Sure. Through you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, there's definite ties to reductions in transfers from the provincial government through the OMPF. Our transfer at one point in time at its peak was $1.36 million. This year it's $605,000. You could correlate the gap there and our debt funding requirement for this year quite well. As you did note, there has been other funding programs in place to help with that. Essentially, the capital levy portion of our capital program is lower, and OMPF plays a part in that. So, as I stated before, we continue to advocate to them for the merits of that program, why it was in place for rural farm-based communities, and we will continue to do so as long as as long as we can, I guess, until something changes. But a very good point.
Yeah, thank you. And then just I know you had mentioned sort of reserve funds and sort of the approach to reserve funds moving forward. On page 86, sort of on the revenue chart, there's a reference to it's just over $1 million in what's labeled as an infrastructure reserve fund facilities. And I'm just curious, is that the Parkland Reserve, or is the Parkland Reserve a totally different DC charges, kind of doesn't even appear in this realm?
Through you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, the infrastructure reserve fund for facilities is what is built up through our infrastructure levy that we that I'm thankful Council continues to support. Park levy, parkland dedication fees are completely separate and distinct. When we do get to the point of looking at large scale capital projects within parks and facilities, of which you can see on this plan, is when we'll have to look at the uses of parkland dedication. We didn't want to presuppose any uses within this until we've done our reserve fund strategy update, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So then that would be the decision of the council of the day, when we get to a large park or rec facility like we see coming, like to say, hey, you know, we're going to use $500,000 of that, or that kind of thing. That will be sort of part of what you would put forward as, hey, here's some of the envelopes that can contribute to this project.
Yes, so through you, Chair Armstrong, we have utilized park levy funds before for large scale recreation infrastructure projects. The key piece is there's specific uses that it can be used for. But yeah, staff would look at all options when we get to those very significant capital dollars, and that would obviously be one we consider at that time.
And then the last one is just an observation. Cooling center spray zone in New Hamburg. Councillor Hallman, I figured you'd be pleased to see that. See that coming in 2015. So that's I'm sure that, you know, people in New Hamburg, I know we've got a great one already, and I know the opportunity just to have more of them and probably have a slightly simpler variety. But anyway, I see Director Jackson has sort of jumped on. Any did you want to comment on that?
There's never too many, Councillor.
No, yeah, exactly.
Through the mayor, we'd love to have one at every corner like Tim Hortons, but unfortunately they are kind of costly. But we'll work through that over the years to continue to build those out. They are a really valuable asset for community members, and to be able to have them as a free way for kids and families to cool off is important for sure.
Yeah, and just to let you know, Councillor Gerber, we had a meeting last week with the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Finance. The rural mayors met with him, and one of the things we mentioned was that funding. At least I mentioned it, because we're the ones that are really suffering from it. I don't think the others are. So that has been mentioned, and I know that Director Kelly, every opportunity that he has that he's talking to the province, he mentions it. And next week or actually tomorrow, we have another meeting pre-budget, and it will be mentioned again. So we just hope that doesn't fall on deaf ears. Anyway, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Just one more question for Ms. Chambers. I guess we have a kind of an unwritten rule about how long we keep our vehicles. I think 10 years pretty much. I'm just curious, with the various municipalities you've been in, what type of policies they have. And I know we're going to be talking about it coming up, but it seems to be part of the 10-year capital too. So
it's usually been part of the asset management policy. So depending on the type of vehicle, you know, if you're just looking at trucks, you know, pickup trucks and things like that, I've seen a 10-year cycle, but again, it does depend on the type of vehicle that you're looking at.
No further questions. So we have a mover and a seconder. We'll just call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now are we going back into regular council, or are we going to closed first?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So at this point in time, council would be going into closed session. Sorry, my apologies. And the recommendation for council's consideration that, let's change the time, but that a closed meeting of council be held on Monday, February 7th, 2022 at 9:32 in accordance with section 239 bracket 2 bracket B and bracket C for the purpose of B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or board. And this would be a motion that is as amended, because we had to change the time. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried.
Can I confirm, please? Sorry, through you, Mayor. Is there a link for the closed? Or are we staying here? Because I couldn't find one in my emails.
So a link would have been sent, oh, sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong. A link would have been sent out to members of council. I would have either come from Zoom or from Tracy Murray.
An
It
invitation,
will
but
not
no-
be on this
th-
meeting.
I
Oh,
think.
no, it's a calendar invite. Sorry, my apologies. It's a calendar invite. So you should have received a calendar invite.
Yeah, 10:33 a.m. It's an email, closed council meeting.
Yep, I accepted that, but I can't see it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, so we'll be going out of this and then coming back to live streaming on YouTube at the conclusion of the closed meeting.
Okay, and we need a motion to reconvene in open session. That is moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Gordick. All in favor? Carried. So we have a recommendation from closed session. Ask the clerk to read that, please.
Thank you. That the former coal lane located on Beck Street in Baden be declared surplus, that the clerk be directed to proceed with posting notice of council's intention to dispose of the subject property, that the property to be disposed of in as-is condition as a singular property, and further, that the clerk prepare a report on any bids submitted for council consideration.
Thank you. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Fanning. Comments or questions? Nothing. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The next recommendation is the bylaw. Confirmatory
That bylaw number 2022-09 be read a first, second, and third time and finally be passed in open council.
And that is moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. And ask the clerk to now read the final recommendation.
That we do now adjourn to meet again at the call of the mayor.
And that is moved by everybody. 2 hands up. That's perfect. That Councillor Hallman and Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Double unanimously. And that's it, folks. Have a safe
Night,
drive.
everyone.
Good night.